guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Naval Academy lockdown in Annapolis turned out to be a hoax. Officials say a disgraced midshipman made online threats using a fake IP address to look like he was on campus. Out of caution, students sheltered in place, but panic led to one midshipman striking an officer with a training weapon. Police returned fire. He is expected to recover. The assassination of political activist Charlie Kirk has shaken politics nationwide. With the killer still at large, Speaker Mike Johnson says security upgrades for lawmakers are being fast-tracked. Some Democrats, like AOC, are canceling rallies.
From the moment I was elected, I have felt that I accept a certain level of risk in doing this job and in continuing to do this job.
Out of respect for Kirk, events from Ben Shapiro and Eric Trump are being rescheduled. A deadly shooting at Evergreen High School outside of Denver has shaken the community. Jefferson County Sheriff Reggie Marinelli says while local authorities were prepared for a quick response, it's not something they want to have to train and prepare for.
This was our people. This was our kids. We work with our citizens each and every day. We work with the kids in our schools each and every day. This affects us.
Authorities say 16-year-old Desmond Hawley shot two students before taking his own life. One student remains critically injured. Another is stable. The shooter used a handgun both inside and outside the school. Officers say they did not fire. COVID-19 is no longer in the top 10 leading causes of death in the U.S.
According to data from the CDC's National Center for Health Statistics, the top 3 leading causes of death are now heart disease, cancer, and unintentional injury. Data found the death rate fell by 3.8% in 2024, which signals a decline to pre-pandemic levels. Researchers suggest fewer COVID-19 deaths are likely driving the drop in the nation's overall death rate. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Some California pharmacies are scheduling COVID vaccination appointments, but there's still uncertainty about who qualifies for the updated shot. Notably, the new FDA guidelines do not include some of the most vulnerable.
Pregnant women and also children.
Desi Kodis, the Vice Dean of Clinical Affairs at UCSF. The FDA has set new eligibility rules, but it will meet next Thursday and Friday to discuss them further. Right now, the booster vaccine is available only for people over 65 or younger people with certain health conditions. Law enforcement officials say all 4 suspects are in custody in the August 31st shooting of Florida State University linebacker Ethan Pritchard in Havana. Gadsden County Sheriff Morris Young says Pritchard was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Ethan was not doing anything wrong in that area.
Young says Pritchard was driving his aunt home. A 3-year-old child was in the car. Neither were hurt. 3 suspects were arrested in raids earlier today. A 4th turned himself in this afternoon. Pritchard remains hospitalized in critical but stable condition. At 9/11 this morning, people began a 21-mile march to the Capitol to commemorate the lives of those lost in the 9/11 terrorist attacks.
It was a tragic day. It was a day that will live in our history as a very sad day. There was a lot of loss of life. The 9/11 march is about Patriots Day. It's that people will always come to the rescue, whether it's police, fire, law enforcement.
Michael Duncan, organizer of the march. The 21-mile distance is to represent the 21-gun salute. This is the 9th year for that march. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. TEL's Independent Owner-Operator Program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
Just like that, we cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern Time Zone. So we're ready to kick off a new day. And we're getting set for the weekend. Welcome aboard TGIF, 12th day of September here in 2025. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Indeed, we've warmed up a little bit. 68 outside the secret bunker at this hour in the Ohio Valley. Trust you've had a good week. It's been a very interesting week. Of course, we close out the 24th anniversary of September 11. A lot of remembrances taking place over the past day. Still reeling from the shock of the assassination of Charlie Kirk. There's been a lot of developments since we last spoke. A lot of new information. Photos of the individual they're looking for. I think they'll have this guy tracked down in fairly short order. Of course, we will break all that down for you. Bring you up to speed as we roll into a new day. Shall we start things off with the look around the country? Traveler's weather. Yet again, another very quiet night for the eastern half of the country. Out west, as the trend has been throughout the week, spotty showers. No big organized areas of precip. Just intermittent scattered showers and a few thunderstorms through many states out west. Still seeing some rain there in southern Florida. Most of the precip continuing to move further south. Rain south of Lake Okeechobee. We've seen that warm-up taking place here over the last several days. The warmth that's been building over the plains. Now there's going to be a storm bringing some cooler air and some drenching showers and thunderstorms across the Rockies and into the plains. Indeed, as we head into the weekend. This particular setup, according to AccuWeather, will lead to some severe weather. Warmer air is returning after the recent push of Canadian air lowered the humidity levels across much of the central and eastern states. Highs in the northern portion of the plains were in the 60s and 70s. Now, they're now being replaced with highs in the 80s to near 90. With the return of that warmer air, the only factor in the weather setup, the storm moving in from the Pacific into the western U.S., will be accompanied by a strong jet stream here from Friday into Saturday. That'll provide thunderstorms with some added energy, raising the risk for damaging wind gusts at ground level. Some storms may produce hail, a few capable of generating large hail. The severe weather threat as we look toward Friday afternoon and Friday night will extend from eastern Colorado to northwestern Kansas, western South Dakota, and parts of western North Dakota, as well as southeastern Montana. A limiting factor for widespread severe thunderstorms may be the amount of moisture available. For right now, humidity levels are only going to bounce back to moderate levels, unlike during mid to late spring, when conditions tend to become very humid. During a severe weather setup, moisture will increase by Saturday. If significant Gulf moisture arrives, we could see an outbreak of severe weather with numerous intense thunderstorms developing. At this time, only a limited number of severe storms are expected. They may still pose a risk, though, to lives and property, stretching from northeast New Mexico and parts of Texas, the Oklahoma panhandles, all the way up into the Dakotas. Looks like Saturday afternoon, Saturday night, the threats will include damaging winds and large hail. Gusts could approach 75 miles per hour. That risk for severe weather may extend a bit eastward into Sunday, potentially affecting portions of Minnesota, Wisconsin, Iowa. While the risk for tornadoes is pretty low with this setup, as with some severe thunderstorms, a few brief tornadoes could form over the span of several days here. Again, as we head into the weekend. Meanwhile, in the east, as the case has been here in our region, very dry. Now, we've got a persistent blocking pattern that's disrupted the typical west to east movement of storm systems across the eastern half of the country. And this is going to limit significant rain across most areas through at least probably early next week. Since last weekend, we've had this large high-pressure dry air anchored over the eastern half of the country. The only exception really has been in the Florida peninsula, where they've seen those daily showers and downpours, some localized heavy rain. As we look ahead, dry air will spread southward across much of Florida between now and the weekend. It'll bring the first notable spell of fall-like conditions this season. Humidity levels will drop as the sunshine returns. The nights probably going to be the coolest you've seen since last spring. Further north, there will be a disturbance in the jet stream, bringing some spotty showers, maybe some gusty thunderstorms this weekend to parts of New England and the mid-Atlantic. Even in areas that receive rain, it's going to be minimal. I mean, just enough maybe to moisten the surface. Yeah, rain in the shower zone Sunday will probably be like 1/10 of an inch at best. Yeah, dry conditions, of course, return after any spotty showers move away. No rain in the forecast from the Ohio Valley, southward to the central Gulf Coast and the southeast. So if a developing coastal storm stays offshore, most of the eastern U.S. May stray dry through late next week. Given the dry conditions that started to unfold in August in many areas, drought has indeed intensified. Water demands tend to drop off during the season as less water being used on the gardens, the pools, and the lawns. But it's also a time of year when water tables drop. Small streams shrink to a trickle. Levels in the lakes and reservoirs begin to fall. With the prevailing dry condition, some trees have already become stressed. Shedding leaves, the grasses and the brush has become extremely dry. Unless a soaking rain falls, this is going to lead to an increase in wildfire potential over the coming days. Conditions are becoming kind of comparable to what we observed during the same time last year. Another common spot for brush fires is along area highways where the tall, dormant grasses and brush can quickly ignite from discarded cigarettes, sparks from damaged vehicles. Exercise caution with open flames and outdoor power equipment, especially near the dry vegetation. So very, very dry in the east, and I can attest to that. Haven't had to mow the grass in nearly 2 weeks outside the secret bunker. It's dormant for the moment. Good to have you on board. Welcome to Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, heading into a Friday weekend coming on. Yes, football. I guess technically it'll be considered week number 3 in college football coming our way. Round the country, it is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code overnight100. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
All right, we'll get some of our listening friends checking in out of the box. Facebook, YouTube, rolling into a Friday. But first, of course, I don't know, shall we make it official?
Let's get this party started. It's one day closer to the greatest day of the week.
Right on cue. Well, hello, Captain Ron.
Yeah.
How's your week been?
So, well, I took those 2 days off because I was going to get that Botox, remember?
Yes.
Well, they got me all prepped Tuesday morning, went down with the camera and pulled back out and said that there was food still in my stomach. So they couldn't do anything. I'm guessing if you've got food in your stomach, there's a possibility you can asphyxiate, you know, during the whatever procedure.
Right.
So that wouldn't be very good. So now I got to do a stool sample, send that in, and they want a CT scan of my abdomen with the contrast to see if there's not something else going on, because there shouldn't have been any food left in my stomach.
So you hadn't eaten in like what, 6 hours, 12 hours? How long?
Well, I wasn't supposed to eat after midnight, which I didn't do. I went to bed at 10. I had a little bit to eat before I went to bed, but there was still food in my stomach. They don't know if it's caused. I'm on that Ozempic shot, which slows down your digestive system.
Okay.
They don't know if that was a cause, but I haven't taken that shot in, 3 weeks. And now I can't restart it because they rescheduled it for the 29th. So I got to, on this next one, they're going to go down for the esophagus and colonoscopy all in the same thing. So I get the 2-for-1 special.
The top and bottom all at once.
Yeah, all at once. Well, it's the same prep for either one.
Correct.
And I said, can't we just do both of these at the same time? I said, anytime I have a procedure done, I have to take off the day before and the day of the procedure because I can't guarantee that I'll be back in time that day of the procedure because, of course, working nights and doing this job, you don't never know what's going to come up. So anyway,
I don't know which is.
So there's that.
I don't know which is worse: the prep for the colonoscopy or the prep for the CT. That contrast stuff, man, that is nasty.
I got to do the oral, the oral and the IV contrast. They're doing both of them for this CT scan.
Wow.
And I've got to go in early for that. I don't know that I've ever done the liquid contrast for the oral. So I don't know. Maybe that's going to be something to check off the bucket list.
It's they call it it's a berry flavor, but it's a really thick liquid moisture and just I thought I could just chug it down. Man, oh man, I got a few swallows in. I'm like, I had to take it slow, a few swallows at a time.
Great. Yeah, I got to go in early because doing that prep. But, I don't even mind the prep for the colonoscopy, after you take the solution. But what I don't like is the day of clear liquids before that. Mm-hmm. You got to drink the liquid. You can have popsicles or, or some chicken broth and stuff like that.
You got to starve yourself.
I go, well, yeah, and I was telling Beach Bum last night, I don't just get hungry, I get hangry.
I get you.
So they were saying on the news that AOC canceled her little get-togethers. What are the Democrats afraid of not having their appearances? They're not the ones that's getting killed and shot up.
I don't know. In this day and
You know
age,
what I mean?
in light of what has transpired, I mean that there could be some crazy on the right that wants to, reciprocate, retaliate. I understand everybody's kind of saying, these open air get-togethers, with the crazy atmosphere this country is suddenly in. I could see why they wouldn't.
Yeah.
Charlie Kirk was, with the crowds that he had. And the opinions that he shared, knowing that there were many people that were adamantly against, what he stood for, but he was always taking a risk, but never thought something like that would happen. Yep.
No, me neither. That was pretty sad, and I never even listened to the guy until all this went down. It's like, man, I wish I would have listened to him sooner.
Yeah.
Because I kind of liked the stuff he was saying. I never even listened to the guy. But I wish now that I would have.
Mm-hmm.
But, well, I don't have anything else for the night. Except for 5 shout-out to Knuckle Buster and Go Blue. We get our football report tonight, don't we?
Indeed we do, yes. The prognosticator of prognosticators versus the analyst coming up here in a few, yeah.
Right. Well, I'm going to get off of here, and thank you for taking my call, and we'll be listening on the app.
Appreciate you checking in. Thanks for the update there, Captain Ron. All right, have a good weekend. Hello to Philly Dan, TGIF. Hope you have a great weekend. Larry is on board. Good afternoon. 60 degrees. New Paltz, New York. Everybody be safe out there. Shorty rolling I-77 northbound. Where are we at? North Carolina, Virginia line. 62 tonight. Columbus bound. There's Jeffrey checking in from southern Florida. Jerry, morning from Kokomo, Indiana. Clear, cool here in town. Unbelievable. People can't debate anymore without violence. As he says so often, tell them you love them every chance you get. You never know when you won't have another chance. Thank you to Hotshot Secret putting the Steve Sommers overnight drive on the air. Hotshot Secret, you guys are the best. Hello to Michael. What's up, people? Norman checks in from north central Kansas. I want to shout out to Tony. Met him at my fuel stop last morning. When I was inside getting coffee, he walked up and asked if I was Norman. He saw the Big Tipper outside. Tony was on the way to Creekside with some cattle. You never know who you're going to meet at 3 in the morning. I'm home tonight. We'll be heading out tomorrow. Everybody have a good weekend. So, is that Rick? That's the Big Tipper. All right, Big Ed, football. Yes, indeed. Got you coming up here, gentlemen. I see the Grump is on board. Big Ed ready to roll into a Friday. Michael says, love the shirt, Steve. Thank you, right? And thank you very much, Red, White. I should have had this one on yesterday morning. Yeah, anniversary of September 11, but all right, better late than never. Eskimo Mom, howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Well, is it Friday? Is it hump day? Whatever day. 49 days till Halloween. 53 days till Election Day. Got 104 days till Christmas. Usual run tonight. The drought monitor came out in most of Ohio and many parts of the southern Great Lakes, moving into some sort of drought status. Burn bans are being implemented in some areas. Got a clear, moonlit sky, 64 rolling I-71 in Kentucky. Be safe out there and have a good weekend when you get to it. Yeah, Norma said, it was nice when someone you don't know knows you from listening to the overnight drive. That's great. Hello to Bill. Morning, Steve. 57 clear here tonight in Beaver Dam, Wisconsin on the Pizza Shuttle Express. The advantage my daughter has at her Christian school, they can talk freely about conservative things. They've been talking about Charlie Kirk in logic class the day before he was assassinated. Now it's going to be the discussion for days to come, no doubt. Have a great night and a great weekend, everyone out there. 844-844-3388. Now, there's Buddy. Morning, Steve. 60 here in Hartford County, Maryland. Love the shirt. Playing some guitar while listening to the show. Jesus conquered death so you could have life. I believe a quote from Charlie Kirk. Indeed. All right, so we'll get our news break coming up here. As I said, college football prognostication. Lots on the slate as we roll into the weekend here. And, of course, room for you at 844-844-3388. Don't buy or lease another truck without first calling TEL. New trucks as low as $500 down. Call TEL at 866-404-6289. Use the promo code OVERNIGHT100.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Naval Academy lockdown in Annapolis turned out to be a hoax. Officials say a disgraced midshipman made online threats using a fake IP address to look like he was on campus. Out of caution, students sheltered in place, but panic led to one midshipman striking an officer with a training weapon. Police returned fire. He is expected to recover. The assassination of political activist Charlie Kirk has shaken politics nationwide, with the killer still at large. Speaker Mike Johnson says security upgrades for lawmakers are being fast-tracked, warning that if we don't protect candidates, nobody will. Some Democrats, like AOC, are canceling rallies.
From the moment I was elected, I have felt that I accept a certain level of risk in doing this job and in continuing to do this job.
Out of respect for Kirk, events from Ben Shapiro and Eric Trump are being rescheduled. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. SpeedMax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, what do you say? We are rolling into the weekend. That means college football. That means we got the Grump. And we got Big Ed. Good morning, gentlemen.
Morning.
Morning.
Good, buddy.
Are you with
been
me?
a lot of news in the,
Yeah, I'm with you.
Been a lot of news lately there, everybody.
Yes. What a week.
Yes, it has. But
Well,
talk a little
before
football
I get
and we press it up.
serious, Steve, I just want to give my condolences to that Kirk family. Things happen, and I just been a loss of words. Don't know what to say. Don't know what to think. Just tragic. That guy didn't do nothing to nobody. No, I'm just devastated.
And his passing kind of overshadowed. I mean, for several days before the poor Ukrainian immigrant that pretty much died the same way as he did, bleeding out on the bus there, and she's all but forgotten, I guess. But it's been a.
And then nobody offered her a hand.
Yep.
Well, I'll just keep my mouth shut. I don't want to do anything, say anything to take away from the fact that my condolences to Charlie Kirk and his family. So, anyway, go ahead, Grump.
Okay. Well, we got some pretty good games. We picked the best 10 that we could look at here, I think, and then we had a couple. Each of us had a sleeper game. First, Kansas State and Arizona. I'm going with Arizona. I think just think that they got a lot better numbers. I know they're 24th in passing, where K-State's 47. They're 36th in rushing, and K-State's around 113. So I think I'm going to stick with Arizona on this one. Plus, they're playing in Arizona, so that'll be my pick, Arizona.
And I'm right there with you, Grump. It's a lot of the same reasons. K-State has done nothing to impress me. So they was projected to be in the hunt for the Big 12 championship, but I think that done got thrown out the door.
Yeah, I think you're right.
They might finish, I don't know, maybe 6 wins. That'll be about it. So I'm with you. I got Arizona.
Next, second one we got is Clemson and Georgia Tech. Clemson's around a 60% favorite on that. Georgia Tech is somebody that plays. I think they play really good under pressure. They've got that Haynes King in there as a quarterback. He's been doing a phenomenal job. And I honestly think that Georgia Tech can upset Clemson on that, so I'm gonna go with Georgia Tech.
Wow.
I am sticking with Clemson. I think Bo Swinney, that ass eating he giving players, and that game didn't just stop after the game. I think he got them boys fired up. And I think Clemson will beat them by 7 points, so I'm going Clemson.
All right. Well, the next one we got is, let's see here. We got Oklahoma and Temple. There's not a hell of a lot that you can really say with that. I mean, Clemson is not Temple. Temple has a good defense, but the last time they played, it was 51-3, and that was Oklahoma's favorite. And they're about a 93% favorite right now, so I'm gonna stick with Oklahoma.
I'm going to be right there with you, Grump. I think this game is a good road test for them before they really get into the meat of their schedule. So, yeah, I'm going with OU too.
Okay.
Then we got Georgia and Tennessee. They're playing in Tennessee. I got to go with Tennessee on this. I just think that Tennessee right now they're in a good position to win. I know out of the last Georgia's won the last 8 games with Tennessee since they played, but you go back to the 90s, and I don't want to see them make a 9th game win, but back in the 90s, Tennessee beat the Vols beat the Dogs 9 games in a row. So they're kind of replaying this. They're about a 62% favorite on that, but I just don't see it happening there. I think Tennessee's going to pull that one off.
And everything you just sat there and said is the same thoughts that I had in my mind when I was looking at it. Yeah, I know Georgia's favored a little bit, and they won that last 8 out of 9. And I just think Tennessee, Georgia's in a rebuild. They remind me of Alabama last year, so I'm going to Tennessee as well.
Okay, then we got Florida and LSU. I think LSU is just a powerhouse of a team this year. I think that they're just doing everything right. And after that butt whooping that the Gators, managed, I mean, they just fell apart in the fourth quarter. I think LSU. I think they're just going to take that. So it's Florida's a 1-1 right now, and Gators got 2 wins under the belt. I just think they're just going to keep right on pushing. So I'm going with LSU.
Well, I almost went with Florida for the fact that I think this is a trap game for LSU. I really did. I think Florida's smart, and I think they're a better team, which I know they're a better team than what played last week. But until LSU proves otherwise, I'm like you. I think they're going to put the best product out there on the field. But it was a close swing for me, but I'm going to stick with LSU myself.
All righty. Then we're moving down to 6 games. Going to be South Florida against Miami. On this game right here, I'll pick Miami every time. I just think that Miami has just, like I said, they've just been a powerhouse. And South Florida, of course, they're coming off 2 wins also, but and they've done they just squeaked by on that one there. But I just always like Miami. I just think they're a hell of a good team.
And I'm right there with you. I think Miami's one of the top teams, and I know South Florida. I picked them the last 2 2 times, but I think they're going to hit a buzzsaw with Miami. Now, I think that game's been played in Miami. So, yeah, I'm going to Miami as well.
And we got Texas A&M and Notre Dame. That was kind of a tough one. I mean, they're not too far apart on their matching, but I just see Notre Dame winning this. Texas is, A&M is 2 wins, and Notre Dame's just they're 1 loss. They didn't play last week, but I think I just look at Notre Dame. I think their offense and their defense both is better equipped on this one. Plus, they're playing at Notre Dame, so that's going to be a pumped up place just to get a win under the belt. So I think Notre Dame's going to pull that one out.
I do too. I'm going with Notre Dame. They played a little tougher opening 2 weeks than Texas A&M, so they're tested, and I like the product that they're throwing out there on the field. So I'm right there with you. Well, right now we got 1 game left. That's Ark and Ole Miss. They're correct. Or no, we got a couple. 3.
Yeah, we got Duke and Tulane. That's up next. These 2 are pretty much evenly matched, and that's one hell of a grudge match between Duke and Tulane. But I just look at it. I just think Tulane is has a better. Plus, they're playing at Tulane, so I'm gonna give them that home team advantage there. But I just think that they're a better team. But Duke has beat them the last 3 times they played them. But I'm gonna go with Tulane on this one.
I'm going Tulane too. I think they're just a little better quality than Duke, and even though Duke's slightly favored, I think Tulane's got what they need to take the game. So I'm right there with you.
Arkansas and Ole Miss. I'm going to go with Ole Miss on this all day long. I just think that they're number 1 in their division, and it's just and that's for a reason. They've just been playing some phenomenal ball. So I'm going to stick with Ole Miss on this.
I am going to go against you. I didn't like, even though they beat Kentucky last week, I still wasn't impressed with them. Kentucky kind of held them I think when they finally lost in the 4th quarter, I think Arkansas is going to take this one, so I'm going to Arkansas.
All righty. And then we got Vanderbilt and South Carolina for the last game. I've kind of looked at this and looked at the stats and everything, and South Carolina lost half their players, and so they pretty much had to rebuild a team. But they're playing good ball. I mean, they're 2-0. They're playing some pretty good ball, but I just look at it. I think Vanderbilt is they got a hell of a backfield. I mean, they're just really doing some good ball playing when you look at how South Carolina, when they played Virginia Tech, and when you look at Vanderbilt, how they played Virginia Tech. Vanderbilt just annihilated them. So I'm going to Vanderbilt on this one. And they're playing,
where are they playing?
South Carolina.
Does Vanderbilt have that quarterback they had last year?
No, they got a new quarterback, I do believe. I can't remember his name now, but they do have a new quarterback.
Well,
I just had it.
So you're going with Vanderbilt?
Yeah, I'm gonna look at Vanderbilt here, and I think I'm gonna go with them.
Well, I'm going against you because I ain't giving up on my Gamecocks. I think they're going to be one of the premier teams there in the ACC. So I think it's going to come down to South Carolina, Miami, and Clemson, I believe. Now, if Georgia Tech knocks off who is it they're playing?
Clemson.
Georgia Tech's playing Clemson.
Then that's going to shake that conference up. But right now, I'm going with South Carolina. So that gives us 3 games we're separated on. That's the Ole Miss, Arkansas, Vanderbilt, South Carolina, Clemson, Georgia Tech.
Correct.
Well, next
Okay,
three
now-
games that South Carolina plays is they're going to be playing the next 3 games are going to be conference games. So they got a pretty tough road ahead of them. So they're going to have to get by a couple of good teams there. Missouri's one of them. So we'll just see how that goes. But
I was sold on South Carolina last year, and so they got a lot of their return players. So I'm comfortable with them. They're going to make a lot of noise. I just don't see Georgia and Alabama being the top dogs in the Southeast Conference. So Oklahoma might even surprise us there too. Jury's still out on them though. Now my sleeper game. Go ahead, Grump.
Well, the thing with it, I was looking at on South Carolina too. Is they lost 6 players, and they've kind of had to rebuild their backfield just a little bit. Like I said, they're 2-0. I mean, they're doing really well, but I just think that when you look at the rushing yards, passing yards, everything else, I just think that Vanderbilt's got just a little bit better on that. So that was why I decided to go with them. But we got some pretty good sleeper games here. I got Washington State and North Texas. I'm going to North Texas on this. They've been doing really well. So is Washington State, but I think it's going to be over 95 degrees in North Texas there Saturday when they're playing, and I just think that they play better.
Are they playing in North Texas?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good sleeper game. I'm going with Iowa State and Arkansas State. I haven't given up on Arkansas State. They're due to knock somebody off. And Iowa State, it seems like every darn game they play, they win by field goal. And I'm thinking the game, pretty sure it's at Iowa State. But Arkansas State, just because Arkansas put a kibosh on them, they're still not a team to take lightly. I think so. I'm going with Arkansas State on my sleeper game.
Okay.
So that's what we got, Steve.
All right, got some good picks in there. Like you said, there's a couple of ranked teams facing off. I guess what's the biggest one going to be Georgia, Tennessee, technically?
Yeah, I think that.
Georgia, Tennessee, Clemson, Georgia. Well, there's quite a few big games. Florida, LSU, your Miami, South Florida, A&M, and Notre Dame.
Right. Yep. Ranked.
So we got some good football, and we got some what you would call middle of field football. So just you're going to see some good tight football this week. I don't see. I'll be surprised if there's any blowouts. It'll be Iowa State against Arkansas State, but I don't look. If Iowa State wins, I don't look for them to blow them out. But I think you're going to see good football all the way around. So I know, Grump. What are you 11-4 on the season? 14-6.
No, I'm 11 and let's see here. Total 11-9 total out of 20.
Yeah, 11-9.
20.
That's right. We're 3 games apart, win or loss. So, we're gonna. One of us is gonna be ahead, or we're gonna be right there nose to nose by the end of the weekend.
Yep.
So you're making it hard on me, Grump. I know what. You're gonna take my title away from me.
I think you'll hang in there, buddy.
I appreciate that. Steve ain't got no damn respect for me. I know what. So, he likes to listen to horse feathers.
Yeah.
Don't you, Steve?
Yeah. All right. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put that knife in you, Steve. I
That's
still
what I
got
was
it.
going
Don't
to
forget
that
it.
silver-plated knife.
Yes, sir. Well, there you go, Steve.
All right,
like I say, I may not know it all, but I do know my football, and we'll find out come Sunday night. Thank you, Grump. We'll talk to y'all later.
You bet it.
All right.
Talk to you later, buddy.
All right, Grump. And if you
All
got,
right, Steve.
if you got some settlement in regards to the ongoing political arena, feel free to dial us up here in a bit if you'd like.
Okay. Will do.
All right. Have a great night. There you go. The prognosticator of prognosticators versus the analyst. We'll find out come the greatest day of the week.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit tel360.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All right, on a Friday, 844-844-3388. Hello to the Ice Cream Man. Pop it in for a minute via Facebook to say hello, then he's headed over to the app here in Denver, Colorado tonight. All right, thanks for checking in, Ice Cream Man. Crazy Ray, West Michigan, checking in for the best 5 hours on the radio. As so many others have said prayers for the Kirk family. Sylvester, it's been a while since we've heard from you there, but thanks for checking in. He says, I'm currently over the Pacific Ocean, southwest of Hawaii, headed to L.A. I just wanted to quickly say that the death of Charlie Kirk is horrible. I pray they find the assassin soon and bring him to justice. Also, as we were leaving this morning, I was told about Dave, a.k.a. Tom Bigby. He was such a great guy. So sad to see his passing. And on that note, it's time for a nap. Can you sleep on a plane, Sylvester? I can close my eyes, but I don't know. You're probably on one of those really long flights, so if I had to be 10 hours or something like that in the air, I probably would be able to get a nap in. But quickly, we'll start with some of the latest. They had a press conference. There was rapid-fire developments taking place late this afternoon. They had a press conference scheduled, which was delayed, as they said, because of so many rapid-fire developments. I don't think they got that press conference underway till somewhere just before 10 o'clock Eastern time. But they have now released the video of the suspected shooter in the assassination of Charlie Kirk. We know the person wore Converse tennis shoes. He left a handprint and a shoe print at the scene. The video shows the suspect running across the rooftop of the building. From about this building is some 200 yards away. Here you see the suspect run behind the upper building. Bo Mason is the commissioner of the Utah Department of Public Safety. who was speaking at the news conference. He's coming out of the right. He moves to the far right corner of the building. You watch, he climbs off the edge and kind of hangs down, then drops to the ground. And that's where, when he hit the ground, he left some palm impressions and some smudges and some places we're looking to collect DNA. He also left some clearly identified imprints of Converse tennis shoes. Hold that thought. More details to come. First, get behind the wheel of a new truck with Tell's flexible lease options and full factory warranties. Visit Tell360.com.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call Tell today at 866-404-6289 or visit Tell360.com and take the first step toward owning your success.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
This is going to be the kind of a show where we'll have to keep going back and forth.
I guess it's being said that a second plane hit the other tower.
That sounds like deliberate to me. I mean, I hate to say anything on live TV. A third plane. Oh, yeah, this is really something. 3 planes.
It was 24 years ago today that terror attacks took place in Pennsylvania, the Pentagon, and at New York's World Trade Center.
It was September 11th, 2001, when terrorists hijacked U.S. jetliners and forced them to crash into the Pentagon, killing nearly 3,000 people. Hundreds of firefighters' lives were also claimed while trying to save people trapped in the buildings. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
4 former U.S. presidents are reacting to the death of conservative activist Charlie Kirk.
Kirk was shot Wednesday while addressing students at a rally in Utah. Former President Barack Obama called the shooting despicable and said this violence has no place in our democracy. Former Presidents Joe Biden, George W. Bush, and Bill Clinton also condemned the killing. The 31-year-old Kirk is survived by his wife and 2 young children. Funeral arrangements are pending. I'm Monica Nelson.
One Evergreen High School student remains in critical condition following a classmate opening fire at the school in Denver yesterday.
A student opened fire at the school during lunch hour, leaving 2 of his classmates injured. Jefferson County's Jackie Kelly says investigators are trying to figure out what spurred the violence.
We have a lot of kids to interview. They'll probably help shed a lot of light.
The suspect has died. 1 victim remains in critical condition with life-threatening injuries, and another is in stable condition. I'm Connor Shreve.
Stocks closed higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow soared 617 points, the S&P 500 gained 55 points, and the Nasdaq jumped 157 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
He is actually cutting someone's head off.
A shocking crime in Dallas sparks outrage over border security. Police say 37-year-old Jordanis Cobos Martinez, an illegal alien, brutally murdered motel manager Chandra Nagamalia. Court records show Cobos Martinez used a machete to repeatedly stab and behead the victim after an argument over a broken washing machine. Dallas Police Executive Assistant Chief Terrence Rhodes.
Our officers were proactively patrolling the area and responded quickly to take the violent criminal into custody.
Arrested and covered in blood, still holding the weapon, he admitted to the killing. The wife of former New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez is headed to prison in connection with a bribery scheme in which both took part.
A federal judge sentenced Nadine Menendez to 4.5 years in prison, and during the sentencing, Nadine cried and then blasted her husband Bob, saying he strung her like a puppet and he's not the man she thought he was. Prosecutors say Nadine helped her husband use his position as a U.S. Senator to accept bribes that include gold bars and cash. Bob Menendez is currently serving an 11-year prison sentence. Scott Pringle, New York.
A Los Angeles area father has been charged in his baby's death.
40-year-old Edwin Johnson's being charged with involuntary manslaughter and child neglect after he allegedly left his 20-month-old daughter inside a car. Deputies and paramedics responded to reports of a baby not breathing Wednesday afternoon in the View Park, Windsor Hills area in Baldwin Hills. It's unclear how long the baby was in the car or what Johnson was doing, but she was pronounced dead at the scene. Johnson was booked. A bond was set at $25,000. I'm Jim Root.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from the New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability for over 20 years. We help drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong.
For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Then welcome back, welcome aboard. A new day comes our way as we turn the page on the calendar from time zone to time zone. 12th day of September. Here comes a Friday. So good to have you on board. Appreciate you spending some time with us. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios. We were delving into some of the newest information made available during a press conference here a few hours ago in regards to the ongoing manhunt for the suspect which assassinated Charlie Kirk. We left off where they were actually showing the video, a surveillance video that clearly depicts the suspect after the shot, running across the rooftop, climbing down from the building. He still had the gun, still had the rifle in his possession. After jumping off the building, leaving the imprint of Converse tennis shoes, as well as some palm prints, as they put it, because it was a decent drop, and he kind of had to catch himself in the ground. They're looking for possible DNA evidence there. They did say it's important to note the black T-shirt, his black pants. There appears to be some white on the soles of those Converse tennis shoes. Those are all identifiable items that we're looking for. In the still photographs that followed, you can see a very distinctive T-shirt with an American flag that appears to have an eagle on it. The baseball cap with a triangle on it. The sunglasses, all distinctive. All things we would ask the public to look for and try to identify. If they know someone who has those items, who was seen wearing those items, we're looking for all that information. Again, you see the suspect drop off the building. He moved around across the grassy area, around the parking lot. After crossing the street, that's where he moved into the wooded area. The video evidence we utilized to track his movements, which ultimately led them to actually locate the firearm that was used in that wooded area. So indeed, that was kind of maybe about midday when they announced they had indeed found the weapon. Other developments, the conservative podcaster Steven Crowder announcing that his company's been subpoenaed by the BATF after he received a document from within the agency claiming that the weapon found near the site of the assassination was equipped with cartridges etched with symbols and phrases tied to transgender and Antifa ideology. The FBI confirmed during the press conference early in the day that the shooter's gun was indeed found in that wooded area. Wall Street Journal later reported that sources confirmed the markings. In a post on X, Crowder wrote, quote, "Just received word that my company's being subpoenaed by the ATF. No details yet." The original post stated, "This morning my team received an email from an officer at ATF that included a screenshot from what appears to be an internal message describing the weapon and the cartridges located by the ATF and other law enforcement near the scene of the shooting at Utah Valley State University. Document described the cartridges as bearing etched symbols, including the transgender flag colors and phrases such as trans rights are human rights, hinting at a premeditated act driven by radical beliefs. The document reads, on September 10, 2025, approximately 12:24 p.m., conservative political influencer Charlie Kirk was shot and killed at Utah Valley University. Speaking at the university, part of the America Comeback Tour. Multiple SLC 1 and 3 agents responded immediately. Suspect fired one shot, as we know, from an elevated position on a rooftop in an adjacent building on the campus. Surveillance video shows the suspect jumping off and fleeing the area on foot. ATF and other law enforcement located an older model, imported Mauser .30-06 caliber bolt-action rifle wrapped in a towel in the wooded area near the campus. The location of the firearm appears to match the suspect's route of travel. The spent cartridge was still chambered in addition to 3 unspent rounds at the top fed magazine. All cartridges have engraved wording on them expressing transgender and anti-fascist ideology. An emergency trace has been submitted, And ATF SLC is working leads generated by the trace. The firearm and ammunition have been taken by the FBI for DNA analysis and fingerprint impressions. Upon completion of forensics, the firearm will be disassembled for additional importer information. Multiple people of interest having contacted or obtained because of eyewitness testimony and review of video footage. The primary suspect yet to be identified. ATF assisting the investigation with multiple other federal, state, local partners. And the case is co-led by the FBI and Utah SBI. Somehow, Crowder was the first person to obtain this leaked manifesto. He's the same guy going back to, remember the Nashville shooting? Crowder was the one that somebody out there is leaking documentation to him. And then there were some, I guess, rather sketchy photographs of the suspect they were looking for. The black hat, the black shirt, the sunglasses. Later in the day, there was a new, very, very clear photograph. Easily, anyone who would know this individual would instantly be able to identify who he is. So that photograph is now circulating via social media, which indeed means the walls are closing in on this individual. Meanwhile, the president addressing the situation this past day as well. The assassin's bullet that struck Charlie Kirk down will not erase his memory. At the White House, President Trump announced Kirk will be granted the Presidential Medal of Freedom posthumously in a ceremony that's yet to be announced at the beginning of the ceremony, marking the anniversary of the September 11 attacks. Trump made it clear why the award was so fitting, stating, "Before we begin, let me express the honor and the grief of so many Americans at the heinous assassination of Charlie Kirk. Charlie was a giant of his generation, a champion of liberty, an inspiration to millions and millions of people. We miss him greatly, yet I have no doubt that Charlie's voice and the courage that he put into the hearts of countless people, especially young people, will live on." At only 31 years old, father of 2 young children. Now, while the immediate response to the killing from the political left, in many cases, would have to be described as disgraceful, responses from conservatives to Trump's announcement show how widely Charlie Kirk was admired. Of course, the founder of the campus conservative organization Turning Point USA. Latest developments there. All right, what's on your mind? Got a Friday. Clear lines at 844-844-3388. I do know that Hot Shot Secret, I saw that Kyle, and he always posts when he's wheels up, taking off from the airport in Columbus. They were headed down to land in Dallas. It's the NHRDA World Finals today, Friday and Saturday. They're at the Texas Motorplex in Enos, Texas. So lots of action, lots of excitement, brought to you by Hot Shot Secret and the National Hot Rod Diesel Association. Okay, today, Friday, gates will open at 10 a.m. 5 p.m., you'll have drag racing. The Big Rig Light Show takes place tonight at 7 p.m. Then they've got the Burnout Contest at 9 p.m. tonight. Saturday, full day, gates open at 8 in the morning. A truck show starts at 9 a.m. 10 a.m., truck and tractor pulls get underway. 1 in the afternoon, drag racing. 4 p.m., the truck show awards will be presented. And at 6 p.m., the drag race awards. So they've got, this is in big rig drag race classes. That's the hot rod semi class. They'll have the big rig bracket class. As far as the big rig show classes taking place, obviously you have the best of show. There's an antique bobtail category, the antique combo, the bobtail category, construction, and the combo category. So big action this weekend, starting later this morning at the Texas Motorplex there in Enos, Texas. Enjoy. 844-844-3388.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code overnight100. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
All right, before we get to some of our industry headlines coming up here, which shall include a number of new legislative actions that the trucking industry is keeping a close eye on in Washington. First, a look at some of the market updates. Obviously, Thursday, the anniversary of September 11th, the market update had a lot of interesting things. Headline number one, Oracle goes bonkers. Oracle's stock exploded on Wednesday, up 35.95%. Yeah, I mean, not 3.5, closing up more than 35%. What happened? Well, apparently the company reported earnings and they're making way more money on artificial intelligence than analysts were expecting. With that massive jump, the Oracle founder, Larry Ellison, actually passed Elon Musk as the richest person in the world after that surge. The day itself was pretty much, the stock market was all about artificial intelligence. CoreWeave, an AI cloud company, was up nearly 17% after the CEO said demand was overwhelming, in his word. Other AI players like NVIDIA and Broadcom up nearly 10%, NVIDIA up 3.85%. Then the Producer Price Index, the numbers released, actually declined in August. That was a surprise. The Producer Price Index tracks the wholesale prices that businesses pay for the things they need. Dow Jones had predicted we would see a 0.3% increase in the PPI. With that word of a decline, one economist said there's almost nothing that can stop an interest rate cut now. Meanwhile, the Bureau of Labor Statistics is under a magnifying glass and now under official review. The revisions to the jobs reports showing dramatic changes, leading some to question the quality and validity of the Bureau's work. Why does that matter? The data they release can have big effects on things like Fed interest rate decisions and the overall economy. Meanwhile, Novo Nordisk, which makes the weight loss drugs like Ozempic, announcing that they're laying off thousands of workers to cut costs. The Dutch company stocks has fallen more than 60% from its highs as investors worry about growth. Most of the layoffs, they say, will be in the Netherlands. The company planning to save more than $1 billion a year with the cuts there. The Japanese investment firm SoftBank saw shares surging by about 8%. SoftBank works with Oracle. And, of course, they traded higher on that company's strong earnings report. SoftBank is actually helping to fund what is known as the Stargate project, the plan that brings billions of dollars of artificial intelligence investments here into the USA. Very interesting. If you choose Pokemon cards as your investment of choice, yes, after all these years, if you pay no attention, you'd have no idea. But yeah, my son has been following this stuff. He actually has a setup. He goes online and does the live feed selling this stuff, and thousands of dollars. If you invest in Pokemon, you got to feel pretty good. The collectibles have now outpaced the S&P 500, gold, and other high-performing assets. After all these years, yes, Pokemon cards, who would have ever thought? Now, the SEC Chairman Paul Atkins announcing most crypto tokens are not securities. Speaking at an event, Atkins supports the use of crypto super apps, as they call them, which can be a one-stop shop for crypto investors. Or do we call them crypto enthusiasts now? Atkins also said the U.S. could learn a lot from the European Union when it comes to crypto regulations. Meanwhile, mortgage demand spiked to its highest level in nearly 3 years after rates continued to fall. What does that mean? Well, that lower rates are making people interested in purchasing a house again. The average 30-year mortgage is now below 6.3%, and yet lower than the highs that we had. It was in excess of 7% a bit earlier this year. Former NFL quarterback Tim Tebow is getting into real estate. The former Florida star helping to raise $100 million for a fund that will invest in sports teams and related real estate. Tebow will be joined in the fund by Chick-fil-A's CEO and fellow former quarterbacks John Elway and Blake Bortles. Very interesting things taking place on the markets, but again, I guess the biggest takeaway there that there's almost nothing now, they say, to stop an interest rate cut when the Fed meets here in the coming days. For decades, truckers and groups representing the trucking industry have been making their voices heard on Capitol Hill. According to a number of trucking-related legislative actions, it seems that Washington may finally actually be paying attention. On Wednesday, Representatives Mike Collins, Tom Tiffany, Brandon Gill, Harriet Hegman, introduced the Lawsuit Abuse Reduction Act, the legislation designed to reduce frivolous lawsuits and protect employers from having to waste money defending against bogus claims. The American Trucking Association commending the group for introducing this. When frivolous lawsuits are filed to shake down honest trucking companies, hardworking truckers and consumers pay the price. The Lawsuit Abuse Reduction Act would turn the tables on those who pervert the justice system for profit by ensuring that unscrupulous lawyers, not their victims, bear the consequences of frivolous lawsuits. The trucking industry strongly supports this common sense reform championed by Congressman Collins. According to the ATA, federal rules requiring sanctions for frivolous lawsuits were weakened in 1993, which resulted in increased lawsuit abuse. This legislation would reinstate mandatory sanctions for lawyers who use this tactic in federal court. It would restore accountability, the U.S. legal system providing penalties against filing frivolous lawsuits. And there's much more in the legislative watch, which we'll get to coming up here. It is 844-844-3388. Get behind the wheel of a new truck with Tell's flexible lease options and full factory warranties. Learn more at tell360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Naval Academy lockdown in Annapolis turned out to be a hoax. Officials say a disgraced midshipman made online threats using a fake IP address to look like he was on campus. Out of caution, students sheltered in place, but panic led to one midshipman striking an officer with a training weapon. Police returned fire. He is expected to recover. The assassination of political activist Charlie Kirk has shaken politics nationwide, with the killer still at large. Speaker Mike Johnson says security upgrades for lawmakers are being fast-tracked, warning that if we don't protect candidates, nobody will. Some Democrats, like AOC, are canceling rallies.
From the moment I was elected, I have felt that I accept a certain level of risk in doing this job and in continuing to do this job.
Out of respect for Kirk, events from Ben Shapiro and Eric Trump are being rescheduled. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1.
At Tell, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call Tell at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Right Way, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Right Way helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. Right Way. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, as we were talking 24 hours ago, what was the breaking news in regards to the assassination of Charlie Kirk? We had seen some of these far-left lunatics actually out celebrating the assassination of someone that does not share their political beliefs. How sick is that? Now, looking at a photograph here from Seattle Central College, where some spray paint warrior makes it clear that you too should be killed if you believe like Charlie. You are their enemy. Right there on the sign on the campus, Seattle Central College. Spray paints, kill all Charlie Kirks. That's what it reads. Yeah, that is the mentality of the lunatic left in this day and age. Grump dials us back up. What's your take on all this, Grump?
Well, you just pretty much nailed it there. That's the mentality of so many of these idiots that are out here today. They don't have any room for somebody else's beliefs. You're just wrong. I mean, that's the way they think. And Steve, I saw 1,000 damn posts online there saying that very thing. Well, his beliefs killed him.
Yeah.
So every military member that believes in the United States, the Constitution, I guess their beliefs killed them too. Every one of them that ever fought in a war or died overseas protecting these idiots' rights to get out here and act like a dumbass. I guess that's the result of it. Their beliefs killed them too. People do die for what they believe in, and the problem is they shouldn't be killed for what they believe in. It's just you got these idiots like this assassin kid here, and I guarantee you he's met Charlie. He's probably been to a couple of his rallies. I would venture to say. He just didn't snap up and say, "Hey, I'm pissed off because he don't like transgenders or his view on Israel or anything like that." He probably has he's probably gay as hell. I don't know, but he just looking at him, he's athletic. The dude knew his way around a weapon. I mean, that was an over 200-yard shot. He had to sight that damn thing in. He had to buy the ammo somewhere, and that's, it's 30-06. I mean, that's a pretty common deer rifle and things. But somebody has seen him and knows him, and it wouldn't surprise me a damn bit if the FBI didn't already know who it was. But they're kind of doing like they did with that clown up there in Idaho, the University of Idaho there that killed those kids there. They already knew who he was and everything. They just kept saying, we need the public's help. We need the public's help. And all the while they were tracking this guy. It wouldn't surprise me, like I said, a damn bit if they didn't know exactly who he is. They're just looking at him right now and trying to get him where they can get him. But I would venture to say they're probably going to find this moron. He's a coward. They're probably going to find him with a bullet hole in his damn head, self-inflicted, and to me that's a good thing. He saves the court some problems, and he'll leave some jackass memorandum or something there that where he's going to explain his actions, which there is nothing that's explainable about it. He committed that heinous crime. I mean, that's just all there is to it. He killed a guy that just, Charlie Kirk was just a nice guy. I mean, he would stand and talk to anyone that, it wasn't he was trying to convince them that their view was wrong. He was just, opening up the dialogue, and that's the way he was. I mean, I've listened to, hundreds of his podcasts and things like that he was on, and he was never cruel or mean or anything about it. When you got guys like people like that just, there's no room in their minds for anybody else's beliefs. It's we got a problem in this country with that. And it's a lot like that crazed idiot that stabbed that young lady to death there on that train. That guy, I listened to the tape there, or listened to the audio, with him being in the jail and saying, oh, that wasn't me and all this other, if he can explain that, then it was him. Somebody that is that schizo and has that much of a mental, capacity that they're just doing stuff like that and swearing up and down. It's not, it's just that bastard was just pure evil. I mean, that's all he was for years and years and years. And I guess the worst part about it is that you had activist judges, you had these people that just allowed that to happen, and it wouldn't surprise me a damn bit if this guy here, if they do catch him and he doesn't take the coward's way out and put a bullet in his head, that they would try to post bail or something. It wouldn't surprise me a damn bit. And I mean, the hatred for people like Charlie Kirk, from the left is just so running crazy. I mean, it's just absolutely nuts. And you keep hearing that crap. When you listen to some of the congressmen today, I listen to that sorry ass Jeffries. If there ever was a moron in Congress, it's that idiot. He's standing up there. Well, we need to be more civil, and everything else. You're talking about a backhanded comment. Here he is talking about being civil, and then gets out on the House floor calling Donald Trump Nazis, and and how they talked about the MAGA Republicans, simply because you believe in secure borders and lower taxes and less government, that automatically makes you this horrible person. I'm just sick of listening to all this crap from these damn liberals, and it's they're going to keep pushing the buttons, and they're going to wish the hell they hadn't, because it's I think people in this country are just getting fed up with that kind of garbage, and when they're trying to play to that 22% of the population that is radicalized like that just it's probably less than that, but you have about 22% that is so strong-headed on these crazy ass beliefs and things like that. But there's probably about 3% that would actually act out on something like this moron here did that shot Charlie Kirk. But man, I don't know. I just when I saw that video, I was like, this can't be happening. I mean, he wasn't like he was some big political figure, although I strongly felt that when he hit 38 years old or 37, he would be
presidential
35, whatever, he'd be
material.
running for president.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
And probably, he made sense on everything he said, and he did it in a civil way, and that's something that's missing from so much of these conversations that's out here today, and in politics, is just the civility, and you can't just. And it started back in Barack Obama days when he was name calling on everything. That identity crisis crap that went on. When they, it pretty much started with him, and it's just continued on, and it's festered, and to the point where these idiots just honestly think that there's nothing going to happen to them if they do something crazy. Well, there's something going to happen to them. That they're going to keep pushing the buttons, like I said, and it's going to end very badly for the wackos. And the best thing that can happen right now is start getting more judges that are believe in the rule of law and not in their damn ideologies or their political bias. I'm just sick of that too. You'd think that they would actually pay a little bit of attention and look at that lady justice with that blindfold on and say, let's be real about this. But they don't.
I had a friend that posted about an hour ago. And yet, is there any truer statement? He says it's been more than 24 hours since Charlie's murder, and no cities have burned, no stores have been looted. We are not the same.
Absolutely correct. Some people looks at this like they're going to put it in the hands of justice. They're going to allow the system to work like it should work. But when people celebrate, or not really celebrate, but when people start destroying towns over some thug like George Floyd, who was dying of fentanyl anyway. He was another lifelong drug addict criminal that just, hell, the Democrats wanted to get a statue. Well, I think they did get a statue of George Floyd. Same way with Michael Brown and so many of these other thugs that is that the best that they can do is pick these goons as who they idolize? It just blows your mind that what's wrong with having somebody that's decent? I mean, hell, after Dr. King, was killed or assassinated, everything just kind of went nuts from there. And it's just like they get worse every year. Let's don't look at statues that remind us of history. Let's tear them down, and just
erase it.
What the hell is wrong with these people? I just, you just look at it and you go, wow, is this the same damn country that we grew up in? It's just allowed to fester the way it has, and a lot of it starts in Congress. You got AOC, that loudmouth. You got that Crockett idiot, running around. It seems like they're elected to do one thing, and that's disrupt the system. They don't care about any new laws, any kind of bills that are passed that helps we the people. All they want to do is go back in time and say, well, this was slavery. We need reparations, or we need some garbage like that. Like that's going to do a damn thing other than create more havoc for this country. And it just, I don't know, man. I tell you, I'm just sick of listening to it. I'm sick of, it was a horrible thing that happened to Charlie Kirk. But I hope some good comes out of this. I hope people opens their damn eyes up and says, hey, this can't continue like this. And your friend's right. There is no cities burning. There's no riots in the street. There's nothing else. But these morons that are causing all these problems, they're going to keep pushing the buttons, and they're going to see how many people gets out at some of these parades and kicks their ass for them, because people are just fed up with it, and they will lose. Like I said, it's we're looking at good versus evil right now. And that's all it is. It's just good versus evil. More and more people are looking at churches. While the Democrats were saying, standing up saying, laughing at people that pray. And meanwhile they, silently praying themselves. It just, I don't know. It just, they're the biggest hypocrites that ever walked. It's like they just want to fall in line lockstep with the morons that are causing all the problems, because somehow they believe that that's their base, and they think the more they act like that, what's going to happen? It's going to help them somehow. Well, somebody that posted on there that Trump was a convicted felon, and people he got a hell of a lot of the vote, won the popular vote and everything else. Do they think that their way was right? I mean, honestly, it's getting to the point where the rule of law is going to have to come back. It's just going to have to, and we're going to have to do something with the crazies. Lock their asses back up. The worst thing that ever happened in this country is when Ronald Reagan started getting rid of the damn nut houses, and things like that. And the thought that you give a goon or a thug a hug, that everything's going to be all right. No, you put their ass where they ought to be, in jail or in the nut house or in the damn cemetery. That's the choices that you're being confronted with right now, with all this problems that's happening in this country. And it's just been, people has just been turned loose and let run wild, and no bail and no incentive or anything else not to commit crimes, because hell, they know that as soon as they're arrested, they're going to be turned back out on the street just to go do it again. Yeah, didn't Bill Clinton sign 3 strikes you're out? What the hell happened to that? Mm-hmm. Was that such a bad bill that it started locking up felons, for 20 years or more because of just repeat offenders? Now hell, you're looking at, look at that thug that stabbed that girl to death. He'd been arrested 19 times, in what, 3 years, 4 years, and assault with deadly weapons and every damn thing else. But he's out here walking the streets. What the hell is wrong with this law that we have? It's just the activist judges and people like that are just turning a blind eye to that. They're like, well, poor guy, he's black. Number one, he had a hard life. I don't give a rat's ass what kind of life he had. At some point in time in your life, right from wrong. And nobody's going to convince me that guy was anything other than evil. He wasn't crazy. He might have been spaced out on drugs or some crap like that, but that's self-inflicted. He made a conscious decision to do that, and now he's, killed this young lady, and now Charlie Kirk's dead because of this radicalism that's happening, with this fanatic. And that's, you can believe in what you want to believe in. You can stand for what you want to stand for, but when you start becoming a fanatic about every damn thing and want to bring harm on other people that don't believe in you do, well, there's a problem there, and that's something that's going to have to be dealt with. And it wouldn't surprise me a damn bit as soon as this guy's caught, if he is caught alive, that Pam Bondi doesn't step in and federalize his charges and bring his ass, that way. But Utah's they're a death penalty country. They'll damn sure put him in front of the firing squad. I believe they still have that out there. But it wouldn't be ironic on him to die with a bullet?
That indeed would.
That would.
Yep.
That'd be poetic justice on his ass. But well, that's about it, man. That's it's just another day in this crazy world here, I guess.
Well, Grump, I appreciate your comments, your sentiments, and there's so many who actually jumped on the bandwagon, kind of supporting the assassin, supporting the fact that Charlie was divisive and he deserved what he got. A lot of people losing their jobs. I had an employee apparently that worked for Tesla. And social media is losing a lot of people their jobs. Several in the NFL offices. NFL, I think, was it the Panthers that fired one of their office personnel? Here in our town, we have the Cincinnati FC Cincinnati. That's the professional soccer team. There was a restaurateur, Lucius Q Barbecue, that TQL Stadium had become a partner with them. Someone that worked, I don't know if it was the owner or an employee, but it's the owner apparently. The Cincinnati restaurant owner facing backlash after social media comments about the killing of Charlie Kirk. That went so viral in this town that TQL Stadium, the brand new, well, it's a couple of years old now, the stadium actually has severed their ties with the restaurant. Yeah, for the comments made there. It's just the divisiveness in this country. It's so much deeper than I think most of us even realize.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat, literally. Choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call Tell now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100. Buy online at digitire.com.
Yeah, I'm looking at the statement from TQL Stadium. I guess that came down this past evening. Somebody posted a few hours ago in regards to this, and I love good barbecue. Supposedly they had good food. Keith said, I've never had it. I wanted to try it, but after seeing the comments from the owner of this joint, they get what they get, I guess. You got to be a fool to have a thriving business and piss off the majority of your patrons and your customers. I mean, it's already hard enough in that line of work to own a business, and then you run your lips over something political. Suicide for the business. Foolish. FC Cincinnati, the official statement says, FC Cincinnati and TQL Stadium expect our vendors and partners to uphold the values of respect and tolerance that are the core to our club's identity. We were founded on the idea that soccer unites. We remain committed to ensuring FC Cincinnati is for all, and that we provide a safe, welcoming environment for our patrons. Toward that end, we have terminated our relationship with Lucius Q, a restaurant and a stadium where you pay double and triple the price that you otherwise would. Probably made a boatload of money there. Not anymore. Well, what's going on, Horse Feathers?
Morning, Your Honor. Happy Casual Friday. So, where do they get the idea that soccer is a peaceful sport? Have you ever seen them soccer games over there in Europe?
Yeah, it's when you like in Spain and Brazil, some of those other countries, things do get kind of rowdy, don't they?
I think they get turned into bloody riots over there.
Sometimes
they clear the stands and have everybody down on the field there in fisticuffs. So I don't even know who they know which team anybody's on when they're doing that. I don't know, just swing and hit whatever you can hit or something when they're out there like that, I guess. But I don't know. I guess our soccer is a little more refined than that. I don't know.
I've
never
not heard anything about any violence at the soccer games here, but I should have looked at the clock. Yeah, we paused there. Hang in there. For 2 decades, TEL has helped owner-operators grow their business with trusted leasing and financing options. Learn more by visiting tel360.com.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Naval Academy lockdown in Annapolis turned out to be a hoax. Officials say a disgraced midshipman made online threats using a fake IP address to look like he was on campus. Out of caution, students sheltered in place, but panic led to one midshipman striking an officer with a training weapon. Police returned fire. He is expected to recover. The assassination of political activist Charlie Kirk has shaken politics nationwide. With the killer still at large, Speaker Mike Johnson says security upgrades for lawmakers are being fast-tracked. Some Democrats, like AOC, are canceling rallies.
From the moment I was elected, I have felt that I accept a certain level of risk in doing this job and in continuing to do this job.
Out of respect for Kirk, events from Ben Shapiro and Eric Trump are being rescheduled. A deadly shooting at Evergreen High School outside of Denver has shaken the community. Jefferson County Sheriff Reggie Marinelli says while local authorities were prepared for a quick response, it's not something they want to have to train and prepare for.
This was our people. This was our kids. We work with our citizens each and every day. We work with the kids in our schools each and every day. This affects us.
Authorities say 16-year-old Desmond Holly shot 2 students before taking his own life. One student remains critically injured. Another is stable. The shooter used a handgun both inside and outside the school. Officers say they did not fire. COVID-19 is no longer in the top 10 leading causes of death in the U.S.
According to data from the CDC's National Center for Health Statistics, the top 3 leading causes of death are now heart disease, cancer, and unintentional injury. Data found the death rate fell by 3.8% in 2024, which signals a decline to pre-pandemic levels. Researchers suggest fewer COVID-19 deaths are likely driving the drop in the nation's overall death rate. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Some California pharmacies are scheduling COVID vaccination appointments, but there's still uncertainty about who qualifies for the updated shot. Notably, the new FDA guidelines do not include some of the most vulnerable.
Pregnant women and also children.
Desi Kotis, the Vice Dean of Clinical Affairs at UCSF. The FDA has set new eligibility rules, but it will meet next Thursday and Friday to discuss them further. Right now, the booster vaccine is available only for people over 65 or younger people with certain health conditions. Law enforcement officials say all 4 suspects are in custody in the August 31st shooting of Florida State University linebacker Ethan Pritchard in Havana. Gadsden County Sheriff Morris Young says Pritchard was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Ethan was not, doing anything wrong in that area.
Young says Pritchard was driving his aunt home. A 3-year-old child was in the car. Neither were hurt. 3 suspects were arrested in raids earlier today. A 4th turned himself in this afternoon. Pritchard remains hospitalized in critical but stable condition. At 9/11 this morning, people began a 21-mile march to the Capitol to commemorate the lives of those lost in the 9/11 terrorist attacks.
It was a tragic day. It was a day that will live in our history as a very sad day. There was a lot of loss of life. The 9/11 march is about Patriots' Day. It's that people will always come to the rescue, whether it's police, fire, law enforcement.
Michael Duncan, organizer of the march. The 21-mile distance is to represent the 21-gun salute. This is the 9th year for that march. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
TEL's Independent Owner-Operator Program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Into a Friday. All right, other industry headlines we'll get to coming up here. Lots to cover. As we turn the page on the calendar, 12th day of September. And we've been talking about the electric vehicles, mishaps, fires, just kind of waiting for when the time would come where we'd see an electric school bus. And I guess that time has come. An electric school bus carrying, luckily it just had 5 children on board, caught fire in Montreal. I think it was Tuesday morning. Everybody was able to escape. The EV buses are also being used by some districts here in the USA. CBC News reports an electric bus transporting 5 elementary school students suddenly caught fire. The fire grew quickly, prompting multiple 911 calls about 8 a.m. The province's largest school service center. The alert bus driver noticed an unusual odor and immediately parked the vehicle. Acting swiftly, the driver evacuated himself and the 5 kids before the flames engulfed the bus. Thanks to the driver's quick thinking, all the occupants were able to escape. The Montreal Fire Department responding to the scene. 4 firefighters working to extinguish the blaze. A spokesperson for the department stated the driver had just turned off the heating system when he noticed smoke coming out of the vents. The bus, manufactured by Lion, formerly known as Lion Electric, has come under scrutiny following the company's recent financial struggles. They went into creditor protection in December after failing to secure new investments from the government in Quebec. In May, a group of investors relaunched the company, focusing exclusively on electric school buses, around 1,000 in circulation across Quebec right now. Maintenance of the buses was supposed to be carried out by Lion staff and gradually resume after the relaunch. It remains unclear whether maintenance services had fully resumed before this incident. A Lion spokesperson stated the company is conducting an analysis to understand the circumstances. First Student, the parent company of Transco, which owns the Lion manufactured bus, has also launched an investigation, but they did praise the bus driver for their swift, appropriate response. They also expressed gratitude to the local fire department for their professional handling of the situation. We had reported months ago here that there's a number of American school districts that are dumping their Lion electric EV buses, going back to the diesel vehicles due to the difficulty in maintenance there. But meanwhile, let's get back to horse feathers. Okay, thanks for hanging in there.
Yeah, thanks for holding me over, Your Honor. I don't know. Is it much better going back to the diesel vehicles with all this emissions and diesel particulate filters and DEF fluid and SCR and all these other things that they have on there? I mean, you get your emissions derate and you get slowed down to 5% of your engine ability or something. I don't know. I guess you might be able to keep the bus idling enough to keep the kids warm until they can get them transferred to another bus if it can't move down the highway in the middle of Montana or wherever they are, or Minnesota or Wisconsin, and 30 below and all that. I don't know. But First Student, I mean, they have operations. I see First Student buses down here in Maryland, so they're not only up there in Canada there, I know they have operation down here as well. So I don't know if they have EV buses down here. It'd kind of be interesting to see what they do in the U.S. as well as Canada. So anyways, hey, speaking of highways and things, because the Facebook algorithms are so fast in getting to me, that I saw 6 days ago that you had construction work going on a bridge going over top of I-75, and you probably reported it, and I missed it on the show, but having the bridge fall with the excavator on top and having a construction fatality. Did you catch that one, or report that, or
I know Eskimo Mom had forwarded this, that the bridge was being worked on or whatever. But I know I had not seen a thing about any sort of a collapse or an excavator. No.
Yeah, so the picture I saw on I-75 was a bridge that had collapsed. It had the excavator on top of it, and in the comments it said there was one fatality from the bridge collapse. So as I say, yesterday afternoon it said it was 6 days ago that
Wow.
was posted, because as I say, the Facebook algorithms work so well in my feed that, that's about when I find out things. And I can't tell you how many things I've missed that I would have liked to done, either with the fire truck or the tractor or the other truck, or just even gone to spectate at that. It comes up into Facebook and says, oh yeah, this happened yesterday. This happened 2 days ago. And it's like, well, you could have told me about it the day before it was happening, and I could have actually gone to attend it. But I don't know. That's the way Facebook works, I guess. So, but I guess the other people there that are making their comments, apparently their posts must be going through pretty quick if they're getting fired already for what they're saying from yesterday. So,
yes, that's.
Anyways,
that story went.
What a sad.
That story went viral so quickly. I mean, I guess TQL got the word, and FC Cincinnati got the word, and they didn't waste any time.
Yep. Well, that's good. That's the way it should be. So, hey. So, anyways, I guess try to stick with a casual Friday there. So, I heard a replay from a few years back. I don't know, probably sometime in the early 1970s, of this great voiceover actor, or character voice actor. You might know him there. He did the voice of Shaggy on Scooby-Doo. You know who I'm talking about?
What's his name? Top 40, America's Top 40.
Yeah, Casey
Kasem. Yes.
Keep your feet in the ground and keep reaching for the stars. So somebody asked the question there of what would be the top statistic from Top 40, and they're like, well, they had all the people that do all the looking up stuff there, and they said that they narrowed it down to two things, and it started causing fisticuffs because they couldn't decide which was the most important thing that happened in music history. So the two things they came up with was, number one, I believe it was in the early 60s, the same song was released twice by the same artist and reached number one both times. And it was a couple of years apart.
Mm-hmm.
You got a guess? Since it was probably before you were born that happened?
I would have no clue.
So it was Chubby Checker and the Twist. It was actually released twice by Chubby Checker, and both times went to number one.
How about
that? It was
that?
a couple years apart. It was like 61 and 63 or something. And the other one that they couldn't decide which one should be number one was, I believe, the year 1964. There was a group that had all 5 spots in the American Top 40. And, of course, you know what group that was.
The Beatles.
Bugs. There you go. There you go. So anyways, there's my little trivia throw out there for your casual Friday.
Very good.
In case we needed to have something there. But anyways, I don't know. Other than that, things seemed to dried up. Whatever that low was, we finally got rid of off the coast there, and I don't know where it went, but it's good riddance to it. Had enough watching the wipers last night, and we're back to looking at the big shiny moon, and it looks like dry weather all the way through. So I guess Saturday the Cleveland Browns are playing the Cleveland Browns, Your Honor. Did you know that?
Really?
Yep. Coming. The Cleveland Browns are coming here to Baltimore to play the Cleveland Browns. Did you know it's been 30 years since the Cleveland Browns left Cleveland? So now that the Cleveland Browns can come to Baltimore and play the Cleveland Browns?
I got you. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, 30 years you're out. How did that happen? I mean, just I don't know. Just thinking of how long has it been since the Baltimore Colts snuck out of Baltimore that cold, snowy night? Do you remember that one? Do you remember the Baltimore Colts sneaking out of town?
It's not ringing a bell, no.
Yeah, when they went to Indy, they pretty much did it in the quiet of the night there. They had a moving service, and they packed everything up, and pretty much overnight they were gone, vacated out of Baltimore. People woke up in the morning and went, where did the Colts go? And but it was a cold winter, snowy. It was a snowy time, so I'm I can't remember the exact date it happened because we were still up in upstate New York at the time, but I think it was after the season had ended, so call it January, February maybe that they did that, and I don't know. I'm sure you'll be getting a message here pretty quick, or I will, because Eskimo Mom's got to be out there typing that into the computer by now.
Right.
But anyways. Other than that, I guess that's about what we got going for you there. So I guess, hey, we didn't do that, did we? We'll let you go on. Hey, Becky. What day is it?
It's Hump Day. Hump Day for Becky. So, yeah, week number 2 of the NFL season officially underway. Thursday night football, it was the Packers over the Commanders, 27-18. So there you go. Who we got matching up this weekend? Cowboys try to bounce back. They'll be facing the Giants. Seahawks versus the Steelers. Got the Dolphins taking on the Patriots. Buffalo Bills facing the Jets. Hey, there's a little rivalry action, right? Bengals versus Jaguars. 49ers versus the Saints. There you go. He mentioned the Browns will be playing the Ravens, I guess, in Baltimore. The Lions versus the Bears. There's Indianapolis. The Colts facing the Broncos. Falcons versus the Vikings. Buccaneers will face the Texans. I guess Monday Night Football got the Chargers versus the Raiders. It is 844-3388. All right, coming up, we get Brain Dead's got some sports action for us. Pappy on board. Eagle checks in here on a Friday. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
TEL's independent owner-operator program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on. At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Real proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research found a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. That's proof.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Was a tad late to the party, but happy on board. Saddle up, Nocturnal listeners. It's Friday. Tad late to the show, but here we are. Snuggle up to whomever. Let's get the party started. Get the weekend going. All right, Jared in Missouri. Good to have you checking in here. Yeah, Jared said, morning, Steve, and all the listeners. In the pictures of the assassin's shirt with the U.S. flag for that suspect, it had American veteran printed on it. Then in a video, he's limping because part of the rifle's in his pant leg. I believe the shirt was part of the disguise to act like he was an injured vet. All right, well, they've got some very clear photos of this guy now, so the walls have to be closing him. Meanwhile, morning, Brain Dead. What's happening?
Martin. Oh, not much, T-Bo. What you got planned for the weekend there, buddy?
I think it's going to be a helping out the uncle kind of weekend.
Yeah, I thought I read something about him. I hate to see that. You know, we just lost Tom Bigby with that, and it's getting to be getting crazy today. But I got some thoughts and stuff on Charlie Kirk, and you know me, I'm not political by any stretch of the imagination, but I'm going to set them to the side for a minute. Now, I heard Grump and Ed and their picks. Now, I'm gonna agree with them against the Ole Miss Arkansas game. Because what was it? What was it? Grump was for Ole Miss and Ed was for Arkansas.
Correct.
Is that right? Did I hear that right?
That is correct.
Well, I'm going to take Grump, and Arkansas will lose 10 points. Now, Big Ed needs to understand something, too. Now, see, Arkansas really hadn't played anybody. You know, when you play the School for the Blind and the Deaf and Sister Mary's of the Poor, you've not been really tested. Kentucky really tested Ole Miss. Plus, Ole Miss is playing at home. So, I'm taking Ole Miss by 10. Also, too, now, they really went with my beloved Vols, and I couldn't agree more. But here's the thing, though. Both cornerbacks are injured, and UGA has a lackluster offense since Carson Beck bolted to the University of Miami. But I do think the Vols will pull this out, but it's going to be by touchdown. It's not going to be an easy game. It's going to be what I call a slobber knocker, so to speak. All right? Did they both agree on UCF and Miami, or was they split?
Let me see. UCF, Miami. They were both with Miami.
I'm gonna go the same way, but I say Miami's going to win by 2 touchdowns. I think UCF is going into this game with a big head. They're going in there that they can knock off Carson Beck and them, and I really do think that UCF is over their head. Also, too, what was it? A&M and Notre Dame was another one they had. Were they split on that one, or were they together on that one?
They were unanimous with Notre Dame.
I'll go with that too. I think Notre Dame will win by a touchdown. It's going to be a really good game. They also had Oregon and Northwestern, correct? Or did I miss that one?
Let's see. I'm not seeing that one on the list here.
I think Oregon. I think Oregon's going to. I think Oregon's going to take this one. Okay. I mean, Northwestern. They just scored 3 points just in the Tulane game alone in a loss. They bounced back in week 2. Yeah, but Oregon's a really good team. I say they're going to take them by 3 touchdowns. And I'll probably be in the doghouse after this one because I know they were both coinciding with the whole Gators and LSU, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to take I know I'm about to wrap up myself, but I want to take LSU by 10 points. I really do think that LSU is playing awesome ball, and they're looking to be a national title contender too, Steve. So, but now let me get on to this Charlie Kirk thing. And of course, I was off last night, and me and the Dingy One spent some time together. Now, you said that there's a whole bunch of those social media videos going around that were praising Charlie Kirk and what had happened.
Yes.
Well, me and Dingbat were sitting there eating dinner, and the phone rang, and it's her brother. He is ecstatic, over the moon, thrilled that this had happened. So
wow,
thrilled. I am sitting there looking at the phone like, I know I'm dreaming or something, because this is just teetotal garbage. Just amazement. And he even said something that kind of caught my ear. He said, quote, there are several other people that need to have the same, that need to be dealt the same way as Charlie did.
Wow. Well, hold the thought there, because we got to pause. Operate under your own authority and choose your carrier. Tel gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Visit tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Israel's strike on Hamas leaders in Doha, Qatar has sparked regional tensions and divided the Trump administration. Netanyahu took full responsibility while President Trump said he was very unhappy. Critics warn the attack undermines peace efforts. Senate Democrat Chuck Schumer says Trump is not taken seriously on the world stage. The FBI continues its manhunt for the shooter of Charlie Kirk.
Former FBI Special Agent Stuart Kaplan says the shooter appears to have fired once from a nearby rooftop, fatally striking Charlie Kirk in the neck. Kaplan calls it a targeted attack with tremendous precision.
We saw that it was a single shot, and then the shooter extricated him or herself from the venue. The mission was accomplished, and they extricated. That's consistent with a professional who stays on target, fulfills the mission, and then leaves.
Kaplan says, with the shooter still at large, public figures and politicians must consider that everything is on the table to be considered as a possible threat. Karen Curtis, Miami.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medishare.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medishare and healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people love Medishare, and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medishare. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Hey, Friday. Welcome back. It has been a crazy week. Let me get back to Brain Dead. So we left off there. You're getting a phone call and a relative actually, supporting what happened to Charlie and had several people that he felt needed the same treatment.
Exactly. It's my brother-in-law. And, I sat there and I looked at the phone like, did I just hear this right? This is insensitive. Now, it's crap like this that's creating a political war in this country, and it's about to happen again. It's honestly truly sad of what's going on. Steve, I went on Facebook earlier today, and there was one of these guys you could tell he was from that side of the aisle, the liberal side of the aisle. He had that whole liberal brainwashed mentality, and he said, okay, well, Charlie Kirk was killed. Congratulations. Hey, he took one for the team. Goodbye. Good luck. Have a good life. Oh, wait a minute. Never mind. His life was already gone. So I'm going to do the same thing he did, and I want you to prove me wrong. And here's where I stand on things. And this is where he laid it all out. And I'm like, my God, you can't be serious, dude. And I was about to comment. Now, Steve, this is where it's getting bad. It's also coming on this side of the aisle, our side. Ones with our thoughts, our ideologies, our beliefs are doing the same crap as they are, because there were people that were commenting to go out and kill this guy. They were going to find him and kill him. Where happened to, hey, look, we're so far apart, let's agree to disagree and stop talking about politics and move along, because it's crap like this is why I don't talk about politics.
Mm-hmm.
because somebody always gets easily offended about something, and it doesn't matter what you think or what you believe. It's like, okay, well, you know, I respect you. Let's just be friends and move along, because this is senseless. It's stupid. It's getting out of hand, Steve. In other words, and I'm honestly truly sad of how this country is going, because Charlie was peaceful. I seen a bunch of his TikToks along with that Officer Tatum guy he went with. Very peaceful. Never condoned. Never said anything about violence. He never said anything about violence. Charlie never said anything about violence.
Yep.
Never. He always did things peacefully, face to face, and talk it out. And the people just have to feel like their side is the only side that matters. But Steve, I'm going to go conspiracy theorist real quick on you. If you notice something, there's a pattern going on here. Trump was attempted assassination twice, if I remember right.
Correct.
Now Charlie Kirk is dead. If the FBI is listening, turn the volume up a minute. Somewhere out there is a list of people that is on the target list to be killed, assassinated, whatever you want to call it. There's a price tag on these people's heads. I guarantee you, whoever shot and killed Charlie got a payoff, and this dude is way out of town by now. He's somewhere in some foreign country somewhere and blended in. I bet you'll never see this idiot ever again. Or if he does come back to the States, he will blend in very quickly because they're not looking for him. He's been paid off. Got to find the list, find out who has this list, where it came from, and how to stop this from happening again, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
But real quick, I'm going to go to the lighter side here real quick. Me and Dingbat had our normal date lunch today, Steve.
Oh, yeah?
And while we were out eating, her mom worked for the Memphis Police Department before she passed away. So she ran into one of her officer buddies there at lunch. And they were talking and catching up. He said, "Yep, well, I just went and purchased something neat. I can't wait to try it out." Dingbat said, "Oh, really? What'd you buy?" He said, "I bought me a jetpack." She says, "A jetpack?" He goes, "Yep, I bought me a jetpack." She says, "Why did you buy a jetpack for?" He says, "Well, the wife told me that next time we have sex will only be when pigs fly." Bye to me.
Okay. All right. Thank you much there, Brain Dead. Have a good weekend. Yeah, good luck with your picks, as they say. All right, Pappy, what's happening?
What's going on, Steve? I beg to differ a little bit with Brain Dead here. A lot of these issues that we were talking about are not political. We're not discussing tax increases here. We're talking about boys thinking they can be girls and girls thinking they can be boys, and drag queen hour at your local elementary school. It's not a political. Three things I want to talk about, Steve. Is Charlie. I want to talk about the gunshot wound. I want to talk about the suspect. I was talking to a friend late last night, and they were like, "Hey, man, Charlie was a gift from God." Dude, I was laying there trying to sleep, you know. My response to him was, "Well, we're all a gift from God, right?" Let me ask you and your listeners, you have to be honest with yourself. There's always been a point in somebody's life, probably multiple times, when you sit here and you ask yourself, what the hell's my purpose in life? Why am I here? Why are we all here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Charlie knew his purpose at a very young age. His ability to communicate and articulate his ideas and beliefs, Steve, were just, I guess you could say, was a gift from God. Was he put here on purpose at this particular time in our history by God to live and to die? I don't know why I'm getting these crazy ideas, Steve, but that's what was going through my freaking head this morning as I'm trying to go to sleep. His gift of gab, right, was just, you got these 8-year-old kids that are like concert pianists. You see these young, very young children that are just playing the piano like, what? Instead of having the fingers on the piano, it was his lips and his gift of gab. Vic brought it up last night. How these college campuses have literally we've been talking about it for years.
Yes.
They have brainwashed, these young adults. And Charlie's gift was, he went straight to the mouth of the beast to engage in communication with these young adults and changed minds with truth and his ability to articulate himself. Anybody watch his videos, you know what I'm talking about. That's why I was like, man, what was happening to these young people, the violence in them, the hatred. And a lot of times you would see the people that would get up and they'd want to talk about whatever category, whether it's abortion, and he very politely would give his opinion, would ask questions, and when he would stump them where they knew that he's right, but they can't answer his question, or what would they do? They would start cussing him out and calling him whatever. Because they knew he was right. And the thing is, Steve, when you got hundreds of people, or if not thousands of people standing around listening to this, it changes their mind. He was changing the minds of these brainwashed youths. Had the ability to let them see the light.
And what you're saying, I saw someone who shared, how did they put it? Charlie Kirk was not assassinated because of his views. He was assassinated because our children were listening.
Yes, sir. And that's what I think Vic was talking about last night, that if this was a professional hit, we need to shut him up. He's ruining our gig here, man.
Mm-hmm.
So last night also, when I got home, I was able to see some video. This is about the gunshot wound, and kind of bear with me here. So this was some enhanced video analysis, slowed down, frame by frame, zoomed in. Not trying to be graphic here or anything. But Steve, I heard some people, a lot of interviews with friends of his throughout the last day. The amount of death threats this man was getting. And Bongino talked about it on his show. the amount of death threats that he would get. I mean, we know what they're doing. So when they showed the video seconds before he was shot, he had a T-shirt on. You could tell he was wearing a plate carrier. In other words, body armor. But because he was wearing a T-shirt, it was very light body armor, right? There's different levels of body armor we could get into, but he didn't want it sticking out, having a level 3 that would stop a 30-06 round. So he did have a plate carrier on. Anybody in law enforcement or the military, if they seen this video I was talking about, they would understand what I'm saying. But you can see the outline of the top of that plate carrier going around just below his neck to his collarbone. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
At the moment of impact, Steve, his shirt, the corner of his shirt, right at the corner, lifts up. It goes up. And then you see the impact to his neck. When the shirt comes back down, you can see now there is a mark that was not there before on his left collarbone. If you're looking at the video, to the right, but it's his left collarbone, right at the top of that edge where that plate carrier is. So the analysis is what happened is that round struck the very top of that plate carrier. It deflected upward into his neck. There was no exit wound. They showed another video off to his right, and you could tell there was no exit wound, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Without being graphic here. That round went into his neck, up into his cranial. It probably severed the brainstem. The point I'm making here, Steve, is the man was dead before he hit the floor. This might sound weird, what I'm about to say, but he did not die violently. You follow me?
Mm-hmm.
He didn't feel a thing. He did not feel a... What we saw, he died violently.
Yes.
The man did not feel a thing. Didn't know what hit him. And was that because of God? He put him on this earth for us, and he took him away for whatever reason we might not know yet. But the way that whole thing went down, he didn't feel a thing. He didn't even know what happened. I don't know. I'm getting old, Steve. You know how sometimes you lay in bed and your mind just starts to wander.
Absolutely.
Anyway, let's get to this suspect. I didn't hear a whole lot. I heard what you said. I saw some still photos as I was getting ready to walk out to come to work. Looked like a pretty young dude to me.
Correct.
Teenager, early 20s, which would suggest that he's possibly a student at that college. See, he didn't just show up that day out of nowhere,
no.
Right? He didn't drive. He didn't fly in from Cincinnati to Utah that day. He surveilled this place before it happened. And I don't think he was paid off. From what I heard from you, they got all kind of photographs of him. They got videos of him now. They got video of him climbing down off the roof. Is that correct?
Yes, and clear video going across the entire roof. And when he's hanging off the edge and drops. And I'm thinking it was a 12 or 15-foot drop to where he landed there, and that's why his feet left imprints, and it went all the way down to where his palms hit the ground to catch himself. And then he stood up and he's walking away. I think he's trying to conceal the gun, like either in his pants leg or something, because he's kind of limping away, and that's where they found the gun out in the woods.
John Wilkes Boots broke his leg when he jumped from the balcony after shooting Lincoln. You said it was a bolt-action rifle?
Correct.
I heard that somewhere. It was a bolt-action.
Yes.
Do you know the caliber? Did they say what it was, like a 308, a 30-06, or what the caliber was?
30-06.
30-06. All right, that's a pretty powerful rifle. When you see the video that I watched where they slow it down, you can see the shock wave of that bullet hitting him. And you can literally see the shock wave go from his neck all the way up to the top of his head. Typically, I'm just going off. I don't even know if it's worth mentioning, but typically a 30-06, a deer, it's a deer gun, so to speak. Shoots a 150 grain bullet. It all depends on what kind of bullet he had in that gun.
Over 31, it's across 56.
What design it was. I don't know. But sounds like they recovered the weapon.
Yep.
They know who this kid is, Steve. They know who he is. I would say by the end of tomorrow, they're going to have him in custody, or they're going to have his body.
Mm-hmm.
One of the two. My thought is, they were family members trying to get him into custody. Grump could be right. He might be laying. I think they would have found him by now, depending on how far away he got. I don't think Brain Dead's correct. I don't think he hopped on a plane and went to Jamaica or something. I don't think that's the case at all. One or two things. This dude wants to be a martyr. He wants to live, so his name will go on forever. Or he's going to take his own life.
Yeah, when the walls start closing in. I mean, in most circumstances with these shooters, that they're doing their dirty deed, and as soon as they're approached by law enforcement, then that's when they end it for themselves.
Yeah.
So as long as he feels like he's on the run and can get away, he might not. But when the walls close in, he'll probably do it.
Yeah. And you are correct what you said earlier. The walls are closing in.
Yes.
Steve, I guarantee you, they know who he is. I guarantee you. So, all right, my man, that's all I got. I appreciate you taking the call. It's one of my buddies out here listening. I was talking to him, trying to get him to call in, Steve. He'd be a first-time caller.
Yeah.
One of my coworkers. I'm trying to get him to. Come on, Mitch, you can do it, dude. Jump on in here, bub. All right, everybody, have a great weekend. Prayers out to Charlie's family, and I guess we'll know in the future if anything I said might even be close to being right. I don't know. But real quick, did Trump order, or did anybody order flags at half-staff? Did I hear that, or
yes,
or not?
That is correct. He did that. It was supposed to have been down yesterday to half-staff, and I think in Ohio, DeWine also, here in this state, also ordered flags at half-staff.
Yeah, my neighbor across the street lowered his, and I know somebody either emailed you or said something about, I think in this case, it's well warranted. Thanks for taking the call, Steve. I appreciate it. Everybody be safe. Thanks.
All right. Thank you much. Yeah, I think that was our world champion bull hauler that felt like, we're lowering flags for too many occasions where it's not really meaning anything significant. I believe we lowered the flags after the school shooting here a week or two ago. I'm trying to recall which one. So many things happen, but yes, and again, flag's supposed to be at half staff till sundown this Sunday, I believe it was. All right, we roll up to the midnight hour on the West Coast. It's 844-844-3388. For 2 decades, Transport Enterprise Leasing has helped owner-operators grow their business with trusted leasing and financing options. Learn more at tell360.com.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit tell360.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Naval Academy lockdown in Annapolis turned out to be a hoax. Officials say a disgraced midshipman made online threats using a fake IP address to look like he was on campus. Out of caution, students sheltered in place, but panic led to one midshipman striking an officer with a training weapon. Police returned fire. He is expected to recover. The assassination of political activist Charlie Kirk has shaken politics nationwide. With the killer still at large, Speaker Mike Johnson says security upgrades for lawmakers are being fast-tracked. Some Democrats, like AOC, are canceling rallies.
From the moment I was elected, I have felt that I accept a certain level of risk in doing this job and in continuing to do this job.
Out of respect for Kirk, events from Ben Shapiro and Eric Trump are being rescheduled. A deadly shooting at Evergreen High School outside of Denver has shaken the community. Jefferson County Sheriff Reggie Marinelli says while local authorities were prepared for a quick response, it's not something they want to have to train and prepare for.
This was our people. This was our kids. We work with our citizens each and every day. We work with the kids in our schools each and every day. This affects us.
Authorities say 16-year-old Desmond Hawley shot 2 students before taking his own life. 1 student remains critically injured. Another is stable. The shooter used a handgun both inside and outside the school. Officers say they did not fire. COVID-19 is no longer in the top 10 leading causes of death in the U.S.
According to data from the CDC's National Center for Health Statistics, the top 3 leading causes of death are now heart disease, cancer, and unintentional injury. Data found the death rate fell by 3.8% in 2024, which signals a decline to pre-pandemic levels. Researchers suggest fewer COVID-19 deaths are likely driving the drop in the nation's overall death rate. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. You can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 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 855-SHARE-40.
Some California pharmacies are scheduling COVID vaccination appointments, but there's still uncertainty about who qualifies for the updated shot. Notably, the new FDA guidelines do not include some of the most vulnerable.
Pregnant women and also children.
Desi Kotis, the Vice Dean of Clinical Affairs at UCSF. The FDA has set new eligibility rules, but it will meet next Thursday and Friday to discuss them further. Right now, the booster vaccine is available only for people over 65 or younger people with certain health conditions. Law enforcement officials say all 4 suspects are in custody in the August 31st shooting of Florida State University linebacker Ethan Pritchard in Havana. Gadsden County Sheriff Morris Young says Pritchard was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Ethan was not, I say not, doing anything wrong in that area.
Young says Pritchard was driving his aunt home. A 3-year-old child was in the car. Neither were hurt. 3 suspects were arrested in raids earlier today. A 4th turned himself in this afternoon. Pritchard remains hospitalized in critical but stable condition. At 9/11 this morning, people began a 21-mile march to the Capitol to commemorate the lives of those lost in the 9/11 terrorist attacks.
It was a tragic day. It was a day that will live in our history as a very sad day. There was a lot of loss of life. The 9/11 march is about Patriots Day. It's that people will always come to the rescue, whether it's police, fire, law enforcement.
Michael Duncan, organizer of the march. The 21-mile distance is to represent the 21-gun salute. This is the 9th year for that march. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
If something costs less, but people are happier with it, maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied. The customer satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. Here's the number you need. 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Real proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research found a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. That's proof.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Crossing over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome into a Friday. Yeah, looking toward the weekend here. What's on tap? Meanwhile, let's get back to the calls. This early hour. What's going on, Eagle?
Yeah, I'll talk about this situation. Look like as of tonight, the so-called shooter is still on the loose.
Mm-hmm.
But before I get to him, I want to talk about Cash Patel, a man that it's very obvious. They even talking about it on TV. And they should have been talking about it yesterday, but they finally talked about it today. This guy's clearly in over his head when it comes to running the FBI situation. The guy seems like he's in some kind of a fantasy world. He sat there tonight when they had a news conference looking like he was in a deer in the headlights. They had nothing to say. What the hell he fly all the way out to Utah for if he has nothing to say about the investigation? He could have stayed in Washington and done that. But he goes yesterday, he says, I told you this yesterday. Yesterday he comes out even before the press conference and says they have a man in custody, yet they didn't have a man in custody. And that don't look good, and that don't look good at all. Like I said, if I picked up on it, other people picked up on it too, and they're talking about it. So it's clear that the man is in over his head in this situation right now, and we'll see what happens in the future. But it's not good. It's not looking good. Now, as for the suspect, they claim that they got a video of this man they just put out tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Guy with glasses on and a USA shirt and some other things. They claim that they caught him walking up the stairs, flight of stairs, and jumping off the building and taking off running. But as of tonight, he's still on the run. So somebody has to know who this man is in the Utah area, if that's where he comes from. They haven't given the name of this man, but he's still on the loose as we speak. So we'll see what happens with his situation. He's had plenty of time he could be anywhere right now. It's been more than 24 hours since this whole thing happened, so he could be anywhere at this point. Now, as far as the rhetoric goes, I told you this a long time ago, Steve, when that person got shot over a year or so ago. And I told you they need to turn the rhetoric down, or some bad things was going to happen. And they haven't done. They still haven't done that. They still haven't turned it down. So you listen to some of the people talking today. So you can't be going around. Well, like even Bill Clinton. I think it was George Bush that made the best comment of all. We all live in the same country, whether you're a Democrat or whether you're a Republican. We're all living in the same country. We got to get along. It doesn't matter. You might have different views on politics, on how things should run in the U.S., but we all live in the same country when it's all said and done. And like George Bush said, when it's all, nobody needs to lose their life just because you disagree with another man's politics. That's what it boils down to. And at this point, it doesn't look like that. We got some dangerous people out here right now on the loose in America. We got too many guns, and we got a lot of We got a lot of cowards that live in America that want to hide behind these weapons. Well, it's okay to have a gun, but you need to use the gun for the right purpose, not for bad purposes. And unfortunately, we don't have people that think that way. So, unfortunately, it's not a matter of if, it's just a matter of when we're going to have another one of these situations because they're not doing the right thing to try to bring people together. That's what it's going to take to stop this violence. The people have to come together, whether you are a Republican or a Democrat. I don't like Democrats, but that doesn't give me the right to go out and do something to these people. They got their right to say what they want to say, and I got my right to say what I want to say. But violence doesn't need to take place. And the leaders in America, the congressmen, senators, and other people need to come on television and make that fact real clear to the American people, because apparently that message is not getting out. And because this young punk that did the shooting of this guy here, he definitely didn't get the message. So, and there's other young punks just like that guy that's on the loose right now, thinking the same way that this guy thinks. So, they better wake up and realize we're in a very dangerous situation right now, very dangerous situation. And if they don't make changes in the next couple of months or weeks, we're going to have some very bad things that are going to take place in America. It's really a damn shame, Steve, because we got Americans fighting Americans. When it's all said and done, we all live in the same country, and we need to figure out how to get along with each other. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, Eagle, have a good weekend. Thanks for checking in. Yeah, I'll address Kash Patel first of all. They did have a suspect in custody. An individual they thought it may have been the shooter. There is video of one of actually two people. One of them had a gun. They had a gun in their possession. And they automatically, you find someone with a gun at an event like that. It looked more like it turned out to be like a long BB gun or something. I'm not sure, but so they questioned that individual. I mean, and that was all within the first couple of hours as this was all unfolding. And obviously, Kash Patel wasn't there on the scene at that point in time. He was passing on information that he was receiving from down the chain of command. And then there was another individual brought in for questioning who was ultimately released. It takes a bit of time to go through. I mean, just think, in just over 24 hours' time, you now have clear photographic evidence of the individual they're looking for. The video released, clearly showing the guy running across the roof. Now, keep in mind, this building is, 200 yards away. We're talking 2 football fields away from where Charlie was. Everyone was looking in the direction of Charlie Kirk. They weren't looking behind him 2 football fields away. He was clearly able to get off the building, head into the woods. He dumped his weapon. Where he went from there, that's the unknown. But with the photographs they've released, anyone that knew this guy clearly, and I'm sure he knew plenty of people, any classmates, any fellow employees, if he had a job, guarantee the FBI knows the identity. They're just trying to find him. And I think Pappy made a good point. They're contacting probably family members, mom, dad, brothers, sisters, if he had any, trying to get details. So when's the last time you talked to him? Any idea where he might be? It's the doors, the walls are closing in. All right. That first, Pappy said, that first suspect, yes, he did have a rifle with a suppressor on the end. Even BB guns now have these suppressors, silencers. So, that first suspect, obviously you find a guy with what appears to be a long gun, you're thinking that has to be our guy. And that was the way things unfolded. 844-844-3388. Let's check in with Philip, off to work, even on a Friday morning. Philip.
Morning, buddy. Yeah, I'm sitting here right now waiting to go in here in a little bit. Now, Steve, on that, they used the term person of interest.
Yes.
Didn't we hear that the other day when they pulled it? And that, everybody is quick to get a suspect. We always want to get a suspect as soon as possible. But you know what? When we can't, we have to, when we find somebody we think might be that person, for their legal rights and everything, they have to use that term, person of interest. And if they can't find anything on them, they got to release them and let them go on their way. That's the hard part about investigation work and all that is you got to be correct in what you do. And if you throw things out too early, then you get things like what Eagle said there that happen, and it, it rises up people. And that's what you got to be very careful for with this. The thing that amazes me, and I mean, I've noticed it before when things have happened, but this time I really noticed it, I guess because it was just such a dramatic scene that we saw. The amount of comments on Facebook and these different social medias.
Yes.
The people that didn't like him and the people that, there was a lot of negative comments.
Mm-hmm.
The guy died for his rights. What he believed in, he died for. Okay? Do you agree with him? If you don't agree with him, that's fine. What Eagle said earlier is correct. Don't matter what party you're in or any of that stuff. You still have to respect as a human being got killed. You know what I mean, Steve? And when you see some of these negative comments on Facebook, it about make you sick. It about made me as sick as what I seen in that video when he died.
And I mentioned that last evening, the warped mindset of the left. I mean, obviously I'm a conservative, but I would not be celebrating or congratulating the shooter of someone if they assassinated the furthest left in an AOC or an Ilhan Omar, who I just cannot stand their line of thinking, their mentality. I wouldn't be celebrating an assassination of someone like that.
A real good friend of mine down here in Florida, I grew up with him. He made a post, and he said, whether you're this guy that just passed away, Mr. Kirk, or you're Martin Luther King, it doesn't matter what you stood for. You have to respect those individuals because of what happened to them.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe that. It doesn't matter if it was Martin Luther King who they passed away. They're both the same way, Steve. And if you look at it that way, he was right. We respected Martin Luther King. We respect Mr. Kirk. How many of us had that pit in our stomach when President Trump got shot? You know what I mean? We all had that pit in our stomach, like that same thing going on. Even the ones that hated him were talking like I'm talking now. Hey, dude, even though we don't believe in what he's doing, we still respect the man. How much of his popularity went up because of that? People had empathy for him. That is the term that we're not hearing anymore, is empathy. Okay? And we need to have that out there, don't we, Steve? What do you think?
Right. Absolutely.
We need to do that. And it just amazed me, the amount of comments I saw on Facebook. I've never seen Facebook light up like that, ever, in a long time. I mean, probably the last time I seen it get even close to that was when the attempted assassination on Trump. That's probably the last time that I seen Facebook light up like that. And was working yesterday, walking out to go home and talking to a friend of mine that I work with. And he said, this is like one of those major events. So what do you mean? He said, it's like when President Kennedy died, or when Martin Luther King died, or when the man landed on the moon, or when the space shuttle blew up Challenger, or even the other one, Columbia. It's one of those events, I guess because it was so dramatic that everybody's seen that picture. that it left something in them. You know, it's like yesterday. Everybody remembers what happened on that date, you know, and it won't be forgot. And this is something that the younger generation is going through today with this event here that happened, you know. And what do you think, Steve? You think it's one of those events?
I think it's pretty close. Pretty close.
It is. And, you know, but when it's said and done, the man passed away doing what he was meant to be. God had a plan for him. And I'm not trying to take in on Rambler's deal, but God has a plan. You don't know why it happens, but one day you will. And that's just the way it is. So, but that's all I got today, buddy. I hope everybody has a safe weekend. I'll talk to y'all next week. Thanks for having me.
All right, enjoy he gets a day off at least, right? 21 past the hour. I'm looking at what would be like an aerial view from above the university there, from where the shooter's nest, the sniper's nest as they call it. Yeah, from the, is it the Losi Center? Where the shot was fired from versus, the distance to the tent. And obviously the shooter had some skill to make this shot. But there's several other buildings separating from where his perch was. Yeah, I guarantee if there's security that was in the crowd over there on the ground, which obviously they had some law enforcement and campus security, but this guy was far enough away where I don't think, if it were a presidential visit or something of that nature, your Secret Service would obviously be looking at these high perches and locations. Charlie Kirk, not a presidential figure, obviously political views, but he wasn't a politician. So that's why it took the amount of time it did to get the surveillance, the footage of him getting off the roof from obviously another building further away from his perch there. And actually, when he's running through the parking lot, there's a car that's passing by as he had jumped off the roof, and he crosses the parking lot, crosses the street into the woods. Yeah, no one over there on that far away had any clue that anything was going on. Had no idea this guy had just taken a shot and killed Charlie Kirk. Pup is on board here on a Friday. What's going on, Pup?
Oh, not much, Steve. Nice night for driving, I reckon.
Yes.
I was hoping Pappy would call me and I could run my idea by him, but I waited till I got home and ran it by my first cousin. He's a county sheriff there in Indiana. He said, I don't know, I'll do some checking on that and get back with you. About the 10 o'clock hour of the Glenn Beck show, they had a guy on there that says, whoever asked that question about the gender people, or however you say that mixed up word, but ought to be looking into the person that asked that question, because as soon as Charlie gave his answer, bam, that's when the shot fired.
Mm-hmm.
But on Mark Levin's show tonight, I'm not sure if when they found that gun or they found the ammo or the empty spent shell casing, but guess what was engraved on that jacket? They took a die grinder or something, Dremel, and it had stuff on that shell about transgenderism.
Correct.
According to
right.
that. So
actually, it was a bolt action rifle. The shell was still in the rifle, and I guess he had a small magazine that had 3 additional rounds in it. They all had some sort of markings, transgender, fascist, whatever it was.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah. leave it to a good old truck driver to figure that one out. But anyway, that person, they shouldn't release him just yet, the one that asked the question. Now, they had a detective on our Fort Wayne area talk show, and he was saying, I don't think they have a clue who this guy is, because they would have had his identity already if he would have a driver's license or one of those college identification cards. Do you know when you go in and take your picture for your driver's license, I'm assuming you wear glasses, I do,
Mm-hmm.
but they make you take your glasses off?
Yes.
That's for facial recognition. So one, that guy has never had that before, so that means he's probably from out of the country, or he does have it, and he had something altered with his nose, chin, and his cheeks, because that's what the facial recognition goes off of. So I thought that, I mean, I never thought of it down that rabbit hole, but I thought, well, that sounds pretty interesting. So, but I just thought that was pretty weird when they found those shells and that was engraved in them and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But all in all, I don't know. This is looking more and more. I mean, I could be clear off my rocker. This is looking more and more like a professional hit. And who's to say that old guy with the old guy with the blue shirt that had the BB gun?
That, I believe, is him, yes.
Okay. What if he was just a diversion?
So, you took the words out of Sommers saying that he was a diversion tactic to make the attention of law enforcement focus on him, so the other guy had a chance to get away. It's going to be interesting, like Pappy said, to find out, was this a lone wolf or was this coordinated with several individuals involved?
With that question being asked and that stuff found on the jackets, I don't know, Steve. So, I mean, it's getting more and more hairy the further it goes along. So I don't know if they'll ever get the right guy or not. So, but, well, that's all I had, Steve. Sitting back listening, and I really like these talk shows. I mean, I hate that it happened to Charlie like that, but I love mysteries and putting shit together.
Gotcha.
Together.
All right. Have a good weekend there, Pup. Thank you for checking in. Tell gets you into a factory warranted truck with the maintenance support you need to stay on the road and out of the shop. Visit tell360.com to learn more. Back after a news break.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Israel's strike on Hamas leaders in Doha, Qatar has sparked regional tensions and divided the Trump administration. Netanyahu took full responsibility while President Trump said he was very unhappy. Critics warn the attack undermines peace efforts. Senate Democrat Chuck Schumer says Trump is not taken seriously on the world stage. The FBI continues its manhunt for the shooter of Charlie Kirk.
Former FBI Special Agent Stuart Kaplan says the shooter appears to have fired once from a nearby rooftop, fatally striking Charlie Kirk in the neck. Kaplan calls it a targeted attack with tremendous precision.
We saw that it was a single shot, and then the shooter extricated him or herself from the venue. The mission was accomplished, and they extricated. That's consistent with a professional who stays on target, fulfills the mission, and then leaves.
Kaplan says, with the shooter still at large, public figures and politicians must consider that everything is on the table to be considered as a possible threat. Karen Curtis, Miami.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medishare.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medishare and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in line with your need. That is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people, people love MediShare, and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for MediShare. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical, we've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Okay, back at it here, early on a Friday as we roll on through the late night, early morning hours. And Vic on board. Welcome, Vic.
Hey, I think it was someone was talking about where all this stuff got started. I can tell you in a heartbeat where it got started. Got started with Martin Luther King and his nonviolent civil disobedience. Now, if that isn't an oxymoron statement, I've never seen one. But the press has perpetrated the story about Martin Luther King and suppressed information forever. They probably never heard of Justice Thurgood Marshall and his work at the NAACP, and he had a mentor there. and they were going about the whole thing legally and not really causing a whole lot of protest, because they were protesting the Plessy versus Ferguson thing, which was said separate but equal. They were going around and suing these school boards and saying, hey, you're not equal. You have to come up with equal services for the Negroes that you do for the white people. And a lot of these different jurisdictions were saying, well, it's kind of silly. We're going to have to support two different systems, so we might as well merge them. And actually, there was a bit of a war that went on between NAACP and what's called Martin Luther King. That's I think what he called his organization. But anyway, I think it was Southern Christian Leadership Conference or something like that. And then again, they wanted to make a hero out of Frederick Douglass. Frederick Douglass was a mulatto, and the plantation owner was his father. So his father let him work in the shipyards in Baltimore, and there he met a woman that had been given her freedom. They call it manumitted. So she was there. She could go anywhere she wanted. Eventually, they went up north there, and Frederick Douglass was going around letting on like he was an escaped slave, which he really wasn't an escaped slave. The plantation owner just didn't. When they both moved from Baltimore to New York, the plantation owner, which was his father, just didn't feel like he ought to really pursue him, so he let him go. But Frederick Douglass perpetrated this myth on the American public and also on the Europeans that he was some sort of an escaped slave. He raised a lot of money. Later, after the Civil War, he was the one that was charged of the Reconstruction Bank. And if you want to go, which gave slaves, former slaves, money to start again, and that thing was riddled with corruption, and it eventually failed. Another one of their heroes is William E. B. Du Bois. He never spent a day as a slave. He was actually Harvard educated, and he ridiculed George Washington Carver. And so I gave a speech on that when I was in college, and they actually kept me out of veterinary school because we had I wouldn't really call him a professor, graduate assistant, or whatever he was. And he was upset because we had to give a speech to convert people over or not. He said, it's not going to be about seatbelts or anything. Let's discuss the issues of the day. At the end of the speech, most of the people agreed with me. And so there were some people there who says, I guess you got an A out of the course. I said, nope. I said, he gave me a D over F on that speech, which was half the grade. And I said, that's probably going to drop me down to where I won't have the grades to get into veterinary school, which it did. And the veterinary school says, well, maybe you ought to go another year. So I didn't apply to go to advanced ROTC, and I tried another year, and the Vietnam War broke out in the meantime. So I guess I could go around complaining about a whole bunch of stuff either, but I just got on with my life. But the point I'm making is Martin Luther King was trained at the Highland Folk Center there in Monteagle, Tennessee, and so was Rosa Parks. And the person that started that was a union organizer for the UAW of the Congress of Industrial Organizations, which had heavy communist influence. And somewhere along the line, their people were sued for saying that was a communist training camp. And I believe now what's left of it is up in Knoxville. But you can find several articles that would show Martin Luther King and Rosa Parks sitting there in those classes, and they would say something about him being trained as a communist organizer. But the big point of it was, somehow, some way in this country, if you said you were a nonviolent protester and you were exercising civil disobedience, you got a pass, whereas before that would have been an incitement to riot. So, and it's just got further and further. And now you see what's going on college campuses. So, like I said, I pretty much lived it, suffered some I don't know if you really call it injuries or not. I just learned a long time ago to take what's dealt with you and see if you can do something about it. Time you can't, don't obsess on it. Just go on, because a lot of times I actually, my experience as an enlisted NCO in my reserve units, I don't know if I would have that type of assistance as that type of experience as a junior officer or not. But there, I got to meet a lot of good people, and it was rather interesting. So, but whenever they were talking about, how all this all got started and how far we got off track, it's like there were people that were working on the integration thing, and somehow the people that were doing good work and serious work got pushed to the side, and more recently to bring, well, not really up to date, but there used to be a housing unit up in Chicago called Cabrini Greens, and that was totally infested with all sorts of criminal activity. And they had a meeting, they were going to do away with that, and I knew a young black couple actually bought a house in that area, thinking they were going to shut down Cabrini Greens, and it would they would profit on their house. I asked them one time something about what they thought about Jesse Jackson, because Jesse Jackson's running around and said, "Oh, we need to keep this. We need to keep this." And that was at the same time that him and Larry Hoover, a gangster enforcer for the gangsters and stuff, was going and meeting with Bill Clinton in the Oval Office. And well, anyway, they wound up keeping Cabrini Greens alive. The young black couple let go of their property because they realized it wasn't going to amount to anything. They did eventually close Cabrini Greens. I think it's been totally demolished now. But the point of it is, somewhere along the line, they got off on this kick about civil disobedience and nonviolent protest. And the one speech that I gave, I pointed out that before Martin Luther King would even have a rally, he would make arrangements for local hospitals and have ambulances standing by and everything else. So if he was having a nonviolent protest, what was that about? And actually the reason he got assassinated in his Memphis was because he was taking part in a strike by the garbage workers. It was more about economics than anything else. And when you're talking about people being eliminated, go back and look at how many rock stars, singers, and everything else that disappeared in the 60s, took overdose on drugs or one thing or another, until I guess they eventually got rid of everybody they wanted to. And the people, we have a psychological warfare department that they're pretty good at glomming onto somebody that's a little bit mentally unstable, putting ideas in their heads, and then furnishing the means to do what they want to do. So, I don't know what the deal is with Charlie Kirk's death, but I know that there are a lot of people. I didn't think anybody would be foolish enough to publicly admit it, but there were a lot of people that were glad to see him go.
Yeah.
And so with that, I'll let you go there.
Yeah, sadly, there, and like I said, I mentioned earlier, more and more you're coming across, in some cases, school teachers, losing their jobs, for posting the likes of social media celebrating. This particular teacher said the world became a better place with the assassination of Charlie Kirk. And it goes on and on. Let's see what the blind man has going on this early Friday. Morning, blind man.
Morning, Steve. Well, Charlie Kirk had his own show from noon to 3 on the Salem Radio Network. I'll be tuning in. And what the left don't realize is we have his voice. So we can play his voice back anytime we want. And even though he's not with us, we still have his voice. And the young people can be happy about that. I just don't understand why the left really hated this guy so much, but he was very popular with the young people. And I just want to tell the young people, I'll be tuning into his show from noon to 3 today to see who is substituting for Charlie Kirk. Maybe they'll play clips of him in the past. And like I said, we still have his voice. And that should make a lot of people very happy. Even though he's not with us now, we still have his voice.
Mm-hmm. Yes, indeed. Thank you much, Blind Man. I just came across a post, and this is the way a sensible person would think. I'm sure everybody knows Charlie Kirk got shot on the campus. I'm going to be honest, I didn't like Charlie Kirk. I disagreed with him. A lot of the things he said, at the bottom of my heart, I didn't like him. I was looking forward to having a respectful debate with him in person, but unfortunately, now he's not here. I definitely do not agree with what happened to him. I don't agree with him getting shot. That's too much. I don't wish that on anybody, no matter how much I dislike them. Nobody deserves to lose their life like that, especially. I feel sad for his wife and his children. Yeah, you don't have to like Charlie Kirk or agree with his views, but supporting a man getting shot, that's low-key. That's too much for me. As much as I didn't like the guy, at the end of the day, folks, some people have differing opinions. You can't just take someone's life because you don't agree with their opinions. Sensible thinking from someone who did not like Charlie Kirk. Yeah, there's a difference in the sensible people and the non-sensible.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
All right, I've got the inbred redneck coming up momentarily. First, let me get to Chris, I believe. Got a traffic up. Morning, Chris.
Well, good morning. I got some good news, I guess. The 75's open back up. I don't know what the hell was going on, but I saw 4 semis on wreckers, and none of them seemed to be damaged. So, but I went around it, and there was a lot of cops out there. But, it's almost like something took out their tires, but I don't know how getting a wrecker would help with that. I just saw one with a tire truck. But it was in that construction there on Town Street.
Okay.
But it was closed, and it's wide open now. I'm just going south now. But,
that bridge collapse Horse Feathers was talking about?
Yeah.
That was the Hopple Street overpass when they tore that down. Remember that?
Oh, well, it's been 10 years, hasn't it?
Yeah. I think he needs to update his Facebook account. That's got to be the one they're posting there. They were taking it down. They had the wrecker, and the guy thought he was on the other side of the pier. He was chipping away It was a strange bridge, and it fell right on traffic.
Yes,
right in front of traffic.
I recall that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think the guy thought that he was chipping away at a pocket in the bank there. He thought it was holding the bridge up. It was actually holding part of the bridge down, and there was a pivot in it. And the thing flipped. It pivoted, and the beam came down on his cab. That's what killed him. That was a strange thing.
Okay.
It was a weird bridge.
Well, yeah, and I remember that well because I had to kind of detour around that on 75. What a mess that was.
Yeah, it was bad. I think they tore that down before they put up the new one, didn't they?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Closed it for a while.
They did, yep.
Yeah. I did have a couple things to say on this Charlie Kirk thing. It's just something occurred to me when they're watching this guy on video go through the whole campus. You know, it doesn't seem like it would take much. These kids are being photographed all day long, everywhere they go. If you had a little AI program on that, they could have picked that guy out, I think, as somebody that didn't belong there or somebody that was suspicious, notified somebody that, that seems like it'd be one good use for AI. And with these school shooters, those things happen too fast. But this guy was on that roof for 2 hours, as they say.
No, that I had not heard. I don't know. That I'm not sure.
Yeah, he was up there for a while and going up to the roof. I think, if they had any kind of alert to watch for, the high security alert, it seems like they could do that pretty easily with the AI. Because everybody's really, he's out of the pattern. Everybody's going to class or going to certain places, and this guy just wouldn't fit the pattern. It seems like it'd be easy to pick him out that there's somebody suspicious there. But the school shootings happen pretty fast, though. Those people go in there and just start shooting. I don't know if it will work on that, but that is just an idea I had when I listened to them describe how they can follow this guy all the way. But you know what? The thing I think, Steve, I haven't heard anybody consider the biggest issue on campus now is this Hamas stuff, these protests, Hamas supporters, I wonder if this guy could be affiliated with
the Free Palestine sort of thing, yeah.
Yeah, and Kirk was a big supporter of Israel. He was about to meet with Netanyahu. That might be somebody for, an international aspect to it if the guy isn't around. I don't know. Like they said, that your picture's in the database everywhere, and they got a reward for him. I don't think they know who he is. The pictures I saw, he looked like a burn victim. I don't know. It could have been disguised. That's about all I had, Steve.
All right. Good to hear from you, Chris. Thanks for checking in here on a Friday. All right. We mentioned a handful of industry issues being watched in Washington, D.C. We'll pick up with the Safe Truckers Act of 2025, sponsored by Senator Ashley Hill of Florida, that would amend Title 49 of the U.S. Code to require commercial driver's licenses be restricted to U.S. citizens, either citizens, lawful permanent residents, or individuals authorized by Citizenship and Immigration Services to engage in employment in the U.S. That includes driving a commercial motor vehicle. Let's see. If passed, it would also address reporting requirements and withholding amounts for non-compliance. The state may issue a commercial driver's license to an individual only if the individual is a citizen or lawful permanent resident of the U.S., and as we shared, otherwise authorized. So then you've got the English language proficiency, which has been big talk in the industry. It addresses that as well. No later than 180 days after the date of enactment of this paragraph, and by December 31 of each year thereafter, the state shall submit to the Secretary a report describing the policies and actions of the state to uphold and enforce English language proficiency requirements for drivers of commercial motor vehicles. That bill was actually introduced in the wake of that deadly accident in Florida last month. We've got the Way Station Enforcement and Intercept and Guard Highways Act. It's the Way Act for short. Additional trucking legislation coming out of Florida was introduced this past week. Representative Byron Donalds and his Way Act would codify President Trump's April 28 executive order that would allow the DOT to utilize way stations along federal highways to enforce English proficiency requirements. This, unlike which they're doing that in Florida, but this piece of legislation would be to use the way stations nationwide as a enforcement tool for the English proficiency requirements. Some of the legislation being watched closely, impacting the trucking industry. Lease with Tel and enjoy affordable payments and support that keeps you running smooth anywhere in the continental USA. Learn more by visiting tel360.com. Final hour just ahead.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support. Plus, access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Naval Academy lockdown in Annapolis turned out to be a hoax. Officials say a disgraced midshipman made online threats using a fake IP address to look like he was on campus. Out of caution, students sheltered in place, but panic led to one midshipman striking an officer with a training weapon. Police returned fire. He is expected to recover. The assassination of political activist Charlie Kirk has shaken politics nationwide. With the killer still at large, Speaker Mike Johnson says security upgrades for lawmakers are being fast-tracked. Some Democrats, like AOC, are canceling rallies.
From the moment I was elected, I have felt that I accept a certain level of risk in doing this job and in continuing to do this job.
Out of respect for Kirk, events from Ben Shapiro and Eric Trump are being rescheduled. A deadly shooting at Evergreen High School outside of Denver has shaken the community. Jefferson County Sheriff Reggie Marinelli says while local authorities were prepared for a quick response, it's not something they want to have to train and prepare for.
This was our people. This was our kids. We work with our citizens each and every day. We work with the kids in our schools each and every day. This affects us.
Authorities say 16-year-old Desmond Holly shot two students before taking his own life. One student remains critically injured. Another is stable. The shooter used a handgun both inside and outside the school. Officers say they did not fire. COVID-19 is no longer in the top 10 leading causes of death in the U.S.
According to data from the CDC's National Center for Health Statistics, the top 3 leading causes of death are now heart disease, cancer, and unintentional injury. Data found the death rate fell by 3.8% in 2024, which signals a decline to pre-pandemic levels. Researchers suggest fewer COVID-19 deaths are likely driving the drop in the nation's overall death rate. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Some California pharmacies are scheduling COVID vaccination appointments, but there's still uncertainty about who qualifies for the updated shot. Notably, the new FDA guidelines do not include some of the most vulnerable.
Pregnant women and also children.
Desi Cotis, the Vice Dean of Clinical Affairs at UCSF. The FDA has set new eligibility rules, but it will meet next Thursday and Friday to discuss them further. Right now, the booster vaccine is available only for people over 65 or younger people with certain health conditions. Law enforcement officials say all 4 suspects are in custody in the August 31st shooting of Florida State University linebacker Ethan Pritchard in Havana. Gadsden County Sheriff Morris Young says Pritchard was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Ethan was not doing anything wrong in that area.
Young says Pritchard was driving his aunt home. A 3-year-old child was in the car. Neither were hurt. 3 suspects were arrested in raids earlier today. A 4th turned himself in this afternoon. Pritchard remains hospitalized in critical but stable condition. At 9/11 this morning, people began a 21-mile march to the Capitol to commemorate the lives of those lost in the 9/11 terrorist attacks.
It was a tragic day. It was a day that will live in our history as a very sad day. There was a lot of loss of life. The 9/11 march is about Patriots Day. It's that people will always come to the rescue, whether it's police, fire, law enforcement.
Michael Duncan, organizer of the march. The 21-mile distance is to represent the 21-gun salute. This is the 9th year for that march. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Now, don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. TEL's independent owner-operator program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code overnight100.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, what do you say? Get that final hour underway on a Friday. And coming up a bit later this hour, we're going to be talking tires briefly. Proud to have Speedmax Tires as a sponsor of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Will be welcome. I believe Eduardo's going to be checking in. Going to be getting up bright and early this Friday morning to break down the pros, the cons, the ins, the outs, Speedmax, how they can help you. Priced for the smart haul. But first, we kick off with is that the inbred redneck, I believe?
Oh, yes, sir. It's me. It's Ernest T. Hey, buddy. A lot of people said a lot of things there. It's been pretty interesting, but I would like to say now that the grump was right now, and I got to admit when I was wrong. Vanderbilt did beat Virginia Tech. So put your feather in your cap, Grump.
There you go.
But anyway, Steve, I mean, all this stuff are going on, and with the videos and this and that, and assassinations, and Steve, I've heard, just about every logical explanation for this that ever was, except nobody coming out and saying, I think it's the CIA. I think it's the CIA, buddy. Think about it. Within maybe a year and a couple months, they've been 2 attempted assassinations with headshots.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying, buddy?
Right.
And that's something you practice for. So they were either trained by somebody who knew what they were doing or self-taught. And in the first case that happened in Butler, Pennsylvania, I believe it was Butler, wasn't it? You could possibly explain that away as self-taught, but I mean, come on. This that happened, I think this guy was trained by somebody somewhere, somehow. And it wouldn't be the first time the CIA has got into politics and tried to extort and contort,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, all you have to do is look at the video of the guy jumping off a roof. I mean, that was planned out.
Mm-hmm.
You just don't jump off a roof on the concrete or something like that. You have to land in grass. Don't ask me how I know that, Steve, but I know it. And anybody with any good common sense would know that. I I wrote a whole song about this, buddy. I've got it on my Inbred Redneck Symphony channel on YouTube. It's called Chicken Wings and Colombian Dancing Powders. And it's tearing up the Eastern Kentucky music charts, buddy. I heard it was ranking number 1 on WMMT down there. So
really,
I don't know for sure. Yeah, buddy. So it could be the next big smash hit. I mean, but who knows? Yeah, I mean, this is all crazy, buddy. But the weekend is upon us, and after the football shakes out, buddy, I don't think he'll be taking any more calls on this much, buddy. I feel for you. I know sometimes you've got an opinion and you want to put it out there, Steve, but sometimes you just got to hold it back and maybe not put your whole thought process into it and let everybody else spill the beans there. And all that, buddy. And I'm not going to ask you to give out your opinion, but I will tell you, people, think it through. Steve's a smart cat. Before you dial that phone, think about what you're going to say, because Mr. Sommers is on the case as usual, and you're going to have to be a pretty sharp cat to pull some stuff on him. So, but buddy, big time sponsorship with a big time tire company, buddy. I tell you what, now, them people over there at the Death Star, you know what I'm talking about. I think they might be a bit jealous of you here, buddy.
I hope they are.
You know, I know what you're saying, but ain't it great just to be able to say, yeah, I can do it without you. Them dirty dogs. I got my own feelings on stuff, buddy, but, you know, a lot of people get sucked up now. They all tore up about that corporation and, you know, doing this and that for the corporation. Yeah, buddy, that's one thing I think me and you have both learned is don't ever put your faith in them corporations, right, bud?
Mm-hmm.
But, big buddy, it's going to be a good one here. I'm telling you what, this weekend I plan on drinking beer and doing a barbecue up here and maybe wrestling with some women up here.
Oh, boy.
Buddy, if you get down this way to the big city of Jenkins, come on up. We'll wrestle with some girls over here. Well, they might be a bit bigger than Princess, so you might want to work out before you come over.
Just watch out. When she says steamroller, you're in trouble. Steamroller! Let me see. Hello to Truck and Phil this Friday. Happy Casual Friday. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Sommers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. Started off at a cool 53 this morning, 82 for a high. Warming to 79 in Newaygo, Michigan. And a big shout out to the Knucklebuster. Roll on. Another working weekend about to happen for me. But Semper Fi from Truck and Phil. Okay, the U.S. budget deficit, the numbers are in for the month of August, and actually fell $35 billion, or 9% from a year ago, to $345 billion, as the tariffs are pushing our net customs receipts up by about $22.5 billion for the month, according to the Treasury Department. With 1 month to go in the 2025 fiscal year, the year-to-date deficit rose $76 billion. We're still in the trillions, like $1.97 trillion. Treasury official declined to predict whether the deficit is ultimately going to top $2 trillion for the full fiscal year. but did tell reporters September typically has higher revenues than August because of the quarterly tax payment deadlines. Now, the official said the fiscal year-to-date deficit was the third highest for the period after the COVID era, where you saw deficits of $3.07 trillion in 2020, $2.71 trillion in 2021. Those 2 years also had the highest full-year deficits due to the collapse in receipts and heavy COVID relief spending, as we recall. Receipts for August rose $38 billion, or 12%, to $344 billion. August grew $2 billion to $689 billion. And both receipts and outlays reached new records for the month. We got a bunch more numbers to go through, but we'll leave it at that. It is 844-844-3388. We'll return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit tel360.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Well, most of us can recall, if you're old enough, the collapse of the subprime housing boom back in the 2000s, sparking a big-time recession back in 2008. A time when lenders were selling homes to people that didn't have the income to afford such loans. And all of a sudden, when everybody stops making their payments, that led to the collapse. It looks like we've got a similar scenario unfolding in the auto sector. The sudden collapse of a Texas subprime car lender, sending shockwaves from border town dealerships all the way to the upper echelons of Wall Street, ensnaring giants including JP Morgan Chase and BlackRock, raising concern that pain in the multi-billion-dollar market for bundled auto loans is beginning to mount. Just hours after reports emerged late Tuesday of this week of an alleged fraud scheme company known as Tricolor Holdings filed for bankruptcy and said they plan to liquidate. That's the latest and most painful blow yet to a risky lending business that's been buffeted by a surge in interest rates, a weakening jobs market. Federal prosecutors are now looking into allegations of fraud by Tricolor, according to those with knowledge of the matter, as a growing number of low-income borrowers have struggled to make their car payments. The bonds that are backed by those loans, which are known as asset-backed securities, or ABS, is beginning to show cracks. And with President Trump's push to deport millions of undocumented workers, many of whom borrowed from Tricolor and firms like it, is adding to those pressures. For years, investors have piled into the subprime auto market, swelling its size to some $80 billion to reap the kind of interest rates that few debt products on Wall Street offer. You know, some of these buy here, pay here sort of lender things get you these auto loans at astronomical interest rates. And if you pay it, they come out smelling like a rose. ABS, market participants are creating incredible demand for subprime auto loans, and this is resulting in loose and sometimes even reckless underwriting. According to the director of research at Axion Capital, while the Tricolor bankruptcy may seem isolated, one would be remiss not to ask whether or not this is the canary in the coal mine when it comes to subprime auto lending. Now, executives who led Tricolor before it filed for liquidation, including the CEO, Daniel Chu, not responding to a request for comment, but they said in a twist, it's very reminiscent to some of the excess we saw during the subprime housing boom in the 2000s. This relentless investor demand paved the way for what some critics say are lax lending standards and an absence of much-needed safeguards. We'll follow, see where that goes. Well, good morning there he is, Semper Fi, Knuckle Buster.
Morning, Mr. Steve Sommers, Semper Fi to Truck and Field, Captain Ron, and the great and one and only Mr. Steve Sommers there. I appreciate what you do for us. You talking about that gay boy Barney Frank? Yeah, wasn't he responsible for that crash back there in the market when people couldn't pay for the housing?
Right. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yep. I don't know whether he was the man or the woman in that relationship, but I wouldn't want to know either. So, them trillions of dollars you was talking about is that how much we owe, or is that how much we got in the bank?
That's how much we owe. That's deficit.
Oh. Well, then I got more money than the government does. I got 20 grand in the bank, so I probably got more money than what they got, right? I doubt it.
Yeah, they're 30-some trillion in debt.
Oh, yeah. Boy, we're going to wind up laying all that off on our kids and stuff, right? That's a sad thing. Shoot. Yeah, I was listening to that ball game earlier there. I want to congratulate them Green Bay Packers for beating them Washington Redskins. You can call them Commanders all day, but I still call them Redskins there. Well, y'all buy some Cabell products, some Hot Shot Secret products, Steve Summers Overnight Drive product. Call Steve at 844-844-3388. And, it's almost quitting time there, Steve.
Won't be
long. That's a good thing, because I'm already at the yard cleaning my truck out, putting it into my pickup, so I can go home and get ready for another round of it. I won't be back out until Tuesday morning, so I'm taking another long weekend there. I don't know how I managed to finagle that one off, but anyway, that's what my daughters told me to do, so.
So we won't hear from you.
Yes, ma'am, and go on with it.
We won't hear from you till what, like maybe midweek next week, Tuesday, Wednesday.
Tuesday, you'll hear me Tuesday. I might call Monday morning. You never know. I'm at the house and I'm bored and ain't got nothing to do. I ain't got to worry about waking Tennessee up now, so that way she won't yell at me.
Mm-hmm.
If she yells at me anyway, there, right? I still say yes, ma'am, and be glad to listen to her there. So, y'all have a great weekend. Man, I don't know. That guy out in Utah, he's a rank-ass amateur, Steve. I'm telling you, he ain't no professional hitman. He just got lucky as hell. I think he was trying to hit Charlie Kirk in the chest and wound up when it reflected off that bulletproof vest and hit him in the neck, and then it just went haywire there.
Mm-hmm.
But his escape route and all that junk, he's pure rank-ass amateur, man. He was a professional. He'd never be caught. And if he'd have been a Marine Corps sniper, you'd have never seen him because they always cheat you. There'll be a sound from which you'll not hear, and it'll impact your life forever, see? But everybody's heard that shot. So he ain't no sniper. He ain't no CIA guy either because they're pretty professional themselves there.
Right,
so,
right. Yeah, I think Pappy's kind of leaning in your. He's been, sending me some emails my way, and said, "Yes, I'm starting to lean towards this. Maybe some student who maybe grew up in a rural area, hunted when he was a youngster. That maybe now attending Utah. That bolt action 30-06. That's a deer gun." And that's my guess at this point with the information we have right now. And I guess, if you did any kind of deer hunting, a 200-yard shot, not really a hard thing to do, he says. Actually, a lot of resemblance to what we saw with the Butler, PA attempt on Trump. You got the dude on the roof. That kid apparently had gone to the firing range. With intelligence people. I don't know, he said maybe the dad needs to go check his gun cabinet. See if the 30-06 is missing, I guess. All right, quickly before we hit news break here, we had shared earlier this week the story of the Kenyan drivers, the agreement with the state of Nebraska, recall. And Warner Enterprises was in some of the mix with some of this online commentary. I said at the time I could not find anything official. But Warner is indeed at the center of the growing social media uproar after the online rumors that they had a possible deal to hire Kenyan truck drivers. They have now come forward and say those rumors are absolutely false. They have not, do not plan to, and how they got reeled into this story as to being a part of it, plan to hire drivers from Kenya. Looks like the issue was considered significant enough that Warner's CEO made a post on X. We did not, do not, and will not work to bring drivers in from foreign countries on visas or otherwise, was their official statement.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Israel's strike on Hamas leaders in Doha, Qatar has sparked regional tensions and divided the Trump administration. Netanyahu took full responsibility while President Trump said he was very unhappy. Critics warn the attack undermines peace efforts. Senate Democrat Chuck Schumer says Trump is not taken seriously on the world stage. The FBI continues its manhunt for the shooter of Charlie Kirk.
Former FBI Special Agent Stuart Kaplan says the shooter appears to have fired once from a nearby rooftop, fatally striking Charlie Kirk in the neck. Kaplan calls it a targeted attack with tremendous precision.
We saw that it was a single shot, and then the shooter extricated him or herself from the venue. The mission was accomplished, and they extricated. That's consistent with a professional who stays on target, fulfills the mission, and then leaves.
Kaplan says, with the shooter still at large, public figures and politicians must consider that everything is on the table to be considered as a possible threat. Karen Curtis, Miami.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medishare.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medishare and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
But I keep telling people love Medishare and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medishare. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
back at it, rolling into a Friday. And, of course, rolling into the weekend. Yeah, Shorty sent me a headline a few minutes ago. It looks like, according to the report from Fox News, Republicans have, as the headline says, pulled the trigger on what they call the nuclear option to get some of these nominees approved. All the stonewalling that's been taking place by the Democrats, every single nominee being stonewalled to date. They said this is the first time that's never has a president in history had every nominee being treated like this. After an attempt to secure a bipartisan deal failed, Senate Republicans went nuclear. This would be the fourth time in Senate history to speed up confirmation of nominees. They had threatened turning to the nuclear option, which would allow for a rule change that means a simple majority vote to blast through the blockade from the Democrats and the Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer. Frustrated that for the first 8 months of Trump's presidency, not one single nominee had moved through fast track, what they call unanimous consent or voice votes. Senate Majority Leader John Thune argued it should not have come as a surprise to the Democrats what Republicans intended to do. I've been saying it all week. We were going to vote on this Thursday, one way or the other. We're going to change this process to get us back to what every president prior has had when it comes to the way these nominees are treated. By both sides, Republicans and Democrats, both presidents, Republican or Democrat. So the rule change born from a revived Democrat proposal from 2023 will now allow lawmakers to vote on Trump's nominees in batches, they say. This has been pitched as beneficial to the current and future administrations that would only apply to nominees subject to the Senate's requirement for 2 hours of debate. That includes sub-cabinet level positions and executive branch picks. Judicial nominees like district court judges, district attorneys, they don't fall under the rule change. But nonetheless, lawmakers are expected to plow through dozens of nominees early next week under the new rules to clear the backlog of Trump's picks, which has grown to more than 140 and counting. That's the backlog. So with this change in place, it'll only take a simple majority vote to confirm the picks. Still, the decision to block packages will require 30 hours of debate before a final confirmation vote. Meanwhile, I think Eagle wanted to have a few comments on college football. What are you thinking, Eagle? What's up?
Yeah, I want to talk about a couple things right quick. First of all, I didn't get a chance to do it last week. I always believed in the old school football. Ohio State and Texas played last week or a week or so ago. Before that, I didn't like the rankings the way it started out to begin with. Ohio State should have been the number one team in the U.S. When they played against Texas. Ohio State had won all their games last year, won a national championship, and had sprung back a lot of good players this year. Except for they don't have a new quarterback. And Texas is basically a new team. They got a new quarterback, unproven quarterback. I think it was disrespectful. Ohio State is clearly the number one team in the U.S. From what I've seen, I'm not an Ohio State fan, but I believe in calling it like I see it. They clearly the number one team unless they have a major injury or something. The only thing can stop them from possibly repeating again as national champions. because they had a weak division to begin with. The big, I don't know what they call it, 10 or 12 or whatever they call it now. But now, as far as another big game tomorrow is going to be, they really got two big games. They got Georgia playing Tennessee, and that's going to be a good game, early season game. Tennessee, I believe they might win because they've been looking good the first two games of the year. Tennessee, I don't know if Georgia can deal with them. But the biggest game, well, it's not the biggest game, but you could see a coach lose his job tomorrow. I don't know if they want to pay that buyout. I don't know whether $40 or $50 million, Alabama, but they're not happy with him. If he loses to Wisconsin tomorrow, I don't know if they're going to let him finish the year out because that's not even an SEC school. It is not a good school. Wisconsin, they've had good teams in the past, but they're supposed to not be good this year. If he loses to Wisconsin tomorrow, they might go ahead and get him out of town, and they may not even let him finish the year because he already lost the first game of the year, embarrassing loss. I don't know if they're gonna let him. Well, he have too many more losses like that. So if he do lose to Wisconsin tomorrow, he better put on a good show on Saturday. He might be out of a job. Now, as far as the NFL goes, right quick, they got a couple of good ball games in the NFL coming up. Is Philadelphia, and I forgot who they play, but it's another top team. Philadelphia look good right now. They look at the first game of the year. Philadelphia looks good, and then they got a couple of other ball games that are looking pretty good too. So, football season officially started, which is good. They give you something to do on the weekends if you got time to watch it on Saturday or Sunday. So we'll see what happens this week with the college. That's what I'm mainly going to be watching on Saturday is to see what Alabama does in their situation. But should be a good. Oh yeah, one other thing, Bristol. It's not even exciting no more, Steve, like it used to be. Back in the early 2000s when Earnhardt and other Gordon and other people are running. Bristol is this weekend, and they since they changed the track, the layout, the race is not even fun to watch anymore. So I don't even know if I'm gonna watch the Bristol race, but they are in Bristol, Tennessee this week, and I thank you for taking my call.
Yeah. So we got some short track racing, right? And this is what? This is the end of the round of 16. I believe will be following the race this weekend. There will be 12 contenders left vying for the championship. All right, about 18 before the hour. Well, according to the report from Landline this past day, most of the outlooks on trucking and trucking-related markets haven't held a lot of promise lately. One area that has shown some positive signs in recent months, fuel prices, which have held steady or dropped in some regions, despite the tariffs, governmental policies, and ongoing international conflicts. Yeah, the good news for consumers, we're generally seeing lower prices at the pump. We expect gasoline prices to keep trending lower through next year, according to the acting administrator of the Energy Information Administration. In their latest short-term energy outlook, the EIA is forecasting the national average price per gallon of diesel to drop to $3.70 by the end of the year, expected to decline then to $3.47 per gallon in the first quarter of next year, $3.35 per gallon by the second. A slight increase forecast for the end of next year, but the national average expected to remain below $3.60 per gallon. Brent crude oil prices expected to decline to $59 per barrel in the fourth quarter this year. They noted by early next year, the price per barrel will be down to $50. Now, the crude price forecast, driven by large oil inventory builds, as OPEC Plus members increase production. They said we expect global oil inventory builds will average more than 2 million barrels per day from the third quarter of this year through the first quarter of next. Additionally, rising natural gas prices combined with falling oil prices should result in crude oil trading at the lowest premium to natural gas in some 20 years. Since 2005, drilling activity is expected to center on natural gas-producing regions next year. The EIA also noted their September forecast was completed before OPEC Plus announced their plans to raise production by 137,000 barrels per day in the month of October. So that's just around the corner. I guess that would put yet some additional downward pressure on those oil prices per barrel.
2 pull starts end in a pull-off berth in Superfarm. Bypass gets back to its winning ways in Superstock Diesel. And while much was on the line, this year there's another course to the meal after sandwich. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Marion, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Raider Report. The Twin Tracks in Sandwich, Illinois hosted the DeKalb County Fair Grand Nationals over 2 non-contiguous nights. Thursday was the traditional truck night, while Saturday provided the 2-session Tractor Day Gauntlet. Together they sent 25 Grand National competitors to the series finale, the Enderley Pull-Off. In Superstock Diesel 4x4 on Thursday, Shane Kellogg's Trump completed the bookend on a likely championship season. Winning for the first time since Hutchinson in early June, Kellogg's Dodge earned its 6th top 5 finish to extend its lead to 20 points, heading to the closest GN to his Forest, Ohio home. Jeremy Yeager's Trencher dug its way into the Enderley with a gutty third to pass the Funk Brothers Funkin' Groovin' and edge out their Funkin' Movin'. At one point mid-class, the 3 trucks were tied for 4th. In Newfield's Ag Superstock Diesel on Saturday, across afternoon and evening, Colin Ross's Triple Bypass McCormick is back to full health after a rough finish to Bowling Green. It'll have to be for the marathon that awaits next Saturday, namely competition against both its fellow diesels and also the Superstock Opens in just one session. His sandwich performances provided Ross's 6th and 7th wins this year after a 10-win campaign in 2024 ended in his 4th GN championship. In High Torque Super Farm, the 3-hook winning streak of Gary Chevink's new attitude was snapped, but the 2022 champion finally overtook the standings lead with a 4th and a 6th. That came at the expense of season-long leader Brooke H. Ferris, whose assorted nuts fell to 3rd behind Dan Schulte's Binder Express. At the fringe of Enderley contention, Lee Bunce's Press On needed to be toe-started in both sessions, but won the first to claw its way to 5th and punch its ticket to the pull-off by just 3 points. In Yoder Popcorn Pro Stock, the top seat drama has been over for more than a month, with Loud and Heavy and Loud and Heavy X putting double-digit points between each other and the rest of the field. But a trend has emerged, that of Mack trailer tractors climbing the standings with strong finishes. Piloted this weekend by James Ray, Mack Nasty won the afternoon session, and the scorching hot Mack Daddy took a 3rd before claiming the evening session for its 3rd victory in 4 hooks. The Brown family's Green with Envy rallied from a bad weekend in Canton to will their way into their first Enderley with a 50-point day in Illinois. And in Modified, Brandon Simon had an afternoon to remember and a night to forget. His 4-engine Simon Says won by 30 feet in the Sandwich Sunshine to clinch the division lead heading to the Enderley. But in the nighttime session, Driveline Breakage drew his closest challenger, Bill Leichner's returning champion Dirt Slinger, back within reach of a title. Fellow qualifier Dylan Owens had himself a day, following a second to Simon with a 25-foot win of his own. On the other end, heartbreak for Steve Bunnage, whose takes a lickin' used up an engine and fell just 1 point outside the 5th place cutoff. So we're down to this. Saturday, September 13th, Champaign County Fairgrounds. All the All-Stars from over 45 events on the regional national circuit, and all the contenders for 13 Grand National Championships. The 38th annual Enderley Pull-Off will be like none before it, but it's still one run and done. Tickets at allstarpull.com, live stream at Full Pull Live, and live results at ntpapull.com and the NTPA mobile app. Before the attention turns to Urbana, we've got the Allegan County Fair Pull in Michigan on Tuesday. Check the site or the app for details. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help all. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical, we've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
Alrighty, where we leave off there. Yeah, the plan was we were going to be chatting a bit about Speedmax tires. I think we may have a bit of a conflict in time zones, because we haven't heard from Eduardo, so we'll have to reschedule that. So we'll take care of that at some point in time. All right, in our final moments this early Friday, I mentioned earlier, just story after story as you scroll through social media. It appears this is happening all over the country. Yeah, people losing their jobs over this Charlie Kirk thing. Looking from Channel 7, WSAW, News Channel 7 out of Wausau. The board issued a statement saying, Wolks, that's this woman's last name, her post does not reflect the values of the organization or the Wausau community. Wausau River District Executive Director out of a job. Following social media post about the death of Charlie Kirk. So I don't know how many people have lost their jobs now, and it's just, like I said, I'm seeing this all over the country. School teachers, principals, no matter what your job. We had the guy, what's his name, Dow with MSNBC, that was fired for his comments before Charlie Kirk was even confirmed as dead. But all right, real quick, let me a couple of other tidbits here. Following the raid at the Hyundai plant there in Georgia, the president and CEO of Hyundai said this past day that the raid by Customs and Immigration Enforcement is going to push back construction plans by several months there. As we know, there were some 300 South Korean nationals among some 560 people arrested on September 4 in an ICE investigation of unlawful employment practices at the Hyundai LG Energy Solutions battery plant there in Georgia. Hyundai's announced they will investigate employment practices by suppliers as well as their subcontractors. Their $26 billion U.S. investment, which was touted as an early signature win for President Trump. The raid itself kind of highlighted a core tension in Trump administration policy as they seek to encourage foreign investment in the U.S. while insisting that the jobs obviously go to American workers. Now, the Hyundai COO and president said the U.S. is strategically important for the mid to long term. Our plans of investment continue, okay? But it's something that needs to be resolved to be able to move forward swiftly. At this point, production at the battery plant will likely be delayed 2 or 3 months based on what happened, as some of the technical experts installing and validating the equipment that we have left. A 3-month delay is assuming that some of those people might be able to come back and help, which President Trump did allude to. Do the proper thing, get the proper paperwork, get the correct visa. Now, South Korea's Ministry of Foreign Affairs said on Wednesday that a deal had indeed been reached with Secretary of State Marco Rubio for the release and repatriation of the detained South Korean nationals. A chartered flight to repatriate the South Koreans actually left early this past day, Thursday morning. The Minister of Foreign Affairs met with executives from major South Korean companies operating in the U.S., including Hyundai, LG, Samsung. He told them that South Korean officials are actively discussing with their U.S. counterparts and lawmakers maybe potential legislation to establish some sort of a separate visa quota for the South Korean professionals, as he put it. All right. And a couple of other industry pieces of legislation we're watching in D.C. Back in May, Transportation DOT Secretary Duffy signed an order announcing new trucking legislation guidelines to strengthen the English language enforcement for commercial drivers. America first means safety first, he said. Americans are a lot safer on roads along truckers who can understand and interpret our traffic signs. This is common sense to ensure the penalty for failure to comply will ultimately be more than just a slap on the wrist. They're also following the compliance failures to be placed out of service. And lastly, they had the Truckers' Bathroom Access Act, all being watched in D.C. So thanks for being with us this week. Appreciate your attention and your participation. Have a safe weekend. Watch your surroundings. And hopefully we'll be back at the midnight hour here Sunday into a Monday morning for the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything